Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Give me no worry. Feel good.
We have this field called de-extinction.
We are correcting our
that takes you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you. Where the sun never goes down, time will slow down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever. Decided to stay forever, forever.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
Well, that's not what I was told.
Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
What?
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. feel good. That feels good. Woo! Baby. That feels good. Woo! Baby.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue. Nous vous invitons à prendre vos places. Nous allons commencer la dizaine de minutes en Merci.
Oh, my best friend.
Va prendre place. Nous allons commencer dans quelques secondes. Je vous remercie en tout cas pour votre patience, mesdames et messieurs. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of a National Research Week. We trust registration went smoothly and that you had the opportunity to grab a quick cup of coffee and some cookies as well. Thank you again for your patience and thank you for making the time to be with us today. Before we move into the formal proceedings, allow me to share a few housekeeping notes for the day. As we have a rich and carefully curated program. I will be timekeeping every session. So I will let you know what you have when you have 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes left for those who will be having panel discussions mainly. And as you see me standing next to the lectern, please note that you have 1 minute to wrap up your session. Je compte sur votre collaboration active, mesdames et messieurs, à ce sujet. Regarding the F&B as well, we have coffee breaks and a very nice lunch scheduled for the day, so do not hesitate to grab a cup of coffee and something to eat. And we invite you to stay until the end as we have a chai and chat session in the afternoon. So please stay with us. It's going to be fun, and we will have the opportunity to discuss a bit more outside the formal discussions. So before we start, last but not least, may I kindly invite you to put your mobile phones on silent mode so that we can fully enjoy this event together. Thank you. Okay, without any further ado, let's start. Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research. Mr. Navin Singh Jagmohan Singh, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research. Permanent Secretaries and Representative of Ministries. The Chairman of the MRIC, Dr. Kamdat Agatia. Professor Tisan Bauran, Executive Director of the MRIC, members of a diplomatic corps and international organization, Vice Chancellors and Director Generals of Tertiary Education institutions, Mr. Kevin Ramkalouan, Chief Executive Officer of Business Mauritius, heads and representatives of public institutions, CEOs and representatives of industry, private sector, and civil society, members of the press, esteemed researchers, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Mauritius Institute of Biotechnology Limited, MIBL, Business Mauritius, and Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, the MRIC, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all today. We're going to spend quite some time together. So first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Estelle, and I am truly honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony today. We're delighted to welcome you this morning in Ebene for the opening of the National Research Week 2026, held under the aegis of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, and in particular, to the first day dedicated to industry engagement, held under the theme, From Discovery to Deals, Turning Research Excellence into Economic Impact. This second edition, ladies and gentlemen, marks an important step in Mauritius' journey towards a more innovative, collaborative, and knowledge-driven economy. Today marks the official opening of a Research Week, and over the coming days, ladies and gentlemen, this platform will bring together researchers, policymakers, institution, and industry leaders, united by a shared ambition to strengthen the link between research, innovation, and real-world impact. And today's focus is especially significant as it invites us to reflect on how we turn ideas into solutions, research into partnerships, and discovery into opportunity. Because impact does not happen in isolation, it happens through collaboration, through investment, through trust, and through shared commitment to action. Today's program has been designed in exactly that spirit and promises insightful discussion, meaningful exchanges, and we hope concrete pathways forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, to officially set the tone for the day and deliver the welcome address, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Professor Tisan Bauran, Executive Director of the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, for his welcome address. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Estelle. Honorable Dr. Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, Minister of Higher Education, Research and Science. Mr. Navin Singh Jagmohan Singh, Permanent Secretary of our Ministry. Permanent Secretaries and officials of all of our ministries. Dr. Angatia, the chairperson of the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, Mrs. Lisa Singh, UN Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, Dr. Abdul Salam Gai, WHO representative in Mauritius, Mr. Kevin Ramkelawan, CEO of Business Mauritius, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, heads of private and public tertiary institutions, captains of industry, international speakers, esteemed colleagues from academia and industry, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is indeed both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the second edition of the National Research Week 2026. Organized under the aegis of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science, Research and Science, and coordinated by the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council. This National Research Week is the outcome of extensive and sustained discussions with all public and private tertiary education institutions. The program over coming days has been co-constructed to reflect a shared vision and collective ownership across the entire higher education and research community. We have succeeded in bringing together all tertiary institutions, public and private, under one unified national platform. This is indeed significant. It shows a growing maturity of our research ecosystem and a clear willingness to engage beyond institutional boundaries in the interest of national progress. National Research Week is not simply a showcase. It is a structured space for encounter between disciplines, institutions, generations, and sectors. It is designed to create visibility for research efforts, to stimulate dialogue, and to encourage collaboration across what were once, I would say, parallel or disconnected trajectories. It is noteworthy that the National Research Week coincides with the World Creativity and Innovation Day, celebrated tomorrow, 21st of April, 2026. This reminds us that research is driven by creativity and finds its value through innovation. I wish at this stage to particularly commend the exceptional level of engagement demonstrated by all participating institutions. Each institution has contributed actively to the design of a program, proposing a rich and imaginative mix of formats: keynotes, addresses, plenary sessions, pitch sessions, panel discussions, spotlight talks, TED-like presentation, and flash talks. So the diversity and vividness of that particular vocabulary and formats adopted indeed reflect far more than stylistic variety. They demonstrate a clear motivation and commitment by our institutions to participate fully and effectively so as to communicate research in innovative ways, to reach broader audiences, and to foster meaningful interaction. This collective effort greatly enhances the intellectual vitality of this week and is again highly commendable. This year's program also reflects a careful balance between academic rigor and accessibility, between depth and dialogue. Researchers at different stages of their careers, as well as partners from outside academia, will find multiple entry points for engagement and exchange. I would also like to highlight the coordinating role of the MRIC, which has worked closely with institutions and partners to ensure coherence, inclusivity, and alignment across the week. So by bringing together activities from different institutions around shared themes, this event shows that strong research is built through collaboration and connection. A special word must be said about day one today, organized by the MRIC, Business Mauritius, and the Mauritius Institute of Biotechnology. This opening day introduces a focus and interactive engagement between researchers and industry, serving as a bridge between knowledge generation and application. It reflects a growing culture of dialogue and mutual understanding between academia and the productive sectors of our economy. On a more personal note, I wish to record my sincere appreciation to the all-female team that organized Day One. Zaira Ibramji from Business Mauritius, Nandini Guli Gopala, Dr. Devina Lobin, Dr. Naushin Gonu from MIBL, and Dr. Jita Rampadawat from the MRIC. I would like a round of applause for these ladies. So entrusting this important day to these dedicated professionals ensured a seamless execution of today's event. As we move from day 2 to day 5, the program will explore a range of critical themes, including biohealth, medicine, and biotechnology, climate action, the blue economy and sustainable agri-food system, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, Industry 4.0, future society, education, and human development. So all these themes will be taken up as from today at the University of Mauritius, organized by different lead institutions. These themes are treated not in isolation, but through interdisciplinary and cross-institutional perspectives, encouraging new ways of thinking and working together. Ultimately, the true value of the National Research Week lies not only in what is presented, but in what is initiated, new conversations, new partnerships, and new directions for research and innovation for the country. I wish you all a stimulative, productive, and indeed impactful National Research Week. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Baron, for those insightful, actually, opening remarks and for so effectively setting the tone and indeed giving the kickoff for today's discussion. So Professor Baron is a respected voice in Mauritius research and innovation landscape and has been instrumental in advancing the National Innovation Agenda. Thank you so much for this opening remark. So ladies and gentlemen, as we can already sense, today promises to be rich in ideas, dialogue, and forward-looking perspectives, and we are only just getting started. As a reminder, please stay with us until the end. There will be insightful discussions and much more. We'll give you more details throughout the day, of course. So we are honored to welcome to the stage Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, whose leadership continues to support the advancement of research, innovation and higher education in Mauritius. Honorable Minister, may I kindly invite you to join me on stage and deliver your address. On lui accorde un tonnerre d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs.
the Permanent Secretary of my ministry, the Chairperson of MRIC, Chairperson of different organizations present today, Excellencies, the UN Resident Coordinator, the representative of WHO, SG, the CEO of Business Mauritius, President of MCCI, the Commissioner of HEC, the Pro-Chancellor, all protocol observed. I see many important persons in the room. Good morning. Welcome to this second edition of our National Research Week. As you know, last year, we decided to have the first National Research Week. It's not that institutions were not having their Research Week, but everyone was having his own Research Week, right? And I said that we are too small to compete among ourselves. Let's bring the expertise together. Let's bring the researchers together in order to create that research culture. And I was happy last year to see all the public universities came together, because we wanted the researchers from one university to know who is doing the research, the same research at another institution. A researcher from one institution must know who has the same interests in other institutions. Today, I'm very happy that we have not only, for the second National Research Week, we have not only included all the public institutions, but the private higher education institution. I have been saying to the private higher education, each time they invite me to their function, you are not only here to teach, you're here to do research. We would like you. Marie is in front of me. I keep on telling her that. You've got to ensure that when we are having institutions coming to Mauritius, they are involved in research. And I'm happy that there are many institutions, private institutions, who have now sponsored, right, experts to be here to participate in the National Research Week. We're also having, you know why I insist that institutions do not only do teaching, but also research? Because we boast ourselves that we have the highest tertiary enrollment ratio in Africa, nearly 50. Far, far higher than most of the sub-Saharan countries. But when we look at the research being churned out, especially in the context of the Global Innovation Index, the GII, where we're again 53rd in the world and #1 in Africa, but the research component is still low. The publications churn out, and the number of them is still low. That's why we want to give a boost to that culture. That together with teaching, we would like you to be involved in research. And to all the academics, I've been saying that it's good to have a good publication. It's good to have to say, well, I have published in a high impact factor journal. But do not stop there, because it will end up in the drawer. We would like you to ensure that your publication is transformed into something meaningful, into something which is impactful, that changes the life of people. That's why we're also changing the promotion criteria in academia. because we would like you to ensure that you do not stop at a good publication. We would like you, from the public and the private institutions, to come together and to look at national challenges. That's why we will be having the National Research and Innovation Institute. The bill has already been read for the first time in Parliament, and it will be presented this month. When we are talking about impact of climate change, where are our researchers? When we are talking about waste management, where are our researchers? When we are talking about traffic jam, the management, where are our researchers? I'm sure that you have many who are experts in the field, but you're working in isolation. You're working in silos. That's why this National Research Week is important. We would like you to know and come together, because with NRRI, we're going to create those clusters that is going to look at the challenges, the national challenges. We would like to invite researchers, experts, having interest in those fields, to come together, to know each other, and to help the country move ahead. Another important aspect of the second National Research Week is to have the private sector. Here, I thank MIBL for the hard work they have done to ensure that we get the private sector with us. I thank Business Mauritius, the MCCI, and all the partners who have helped. Why are they important? Why it is important to have the business sector with us? I'll give you a simple example. Penicillin was discovered in 1920s. I see many chemists, biologists. But it was only commercialized 2 decades after. So, and it wouldn't have been commercialized if somebody from the business world wouldn't have interacted with the researchers. That's why we need the business sector, because the ideas that are churned out, whether it is in artificial intelligence, whether it is in the manufacturing sector, in the building construction sector, we need people from the business sector to work together with the researchers. We would like not only to receive knowledge, but we would like Mauritius to become a country where we are also contributing to knowledge. And this cannot happen if we don't have our researchers working together with the business sector. Why we did the business sector again? Can you tell me one university or one higher education institution that can have the equipment, the tools that an industry has? Not possible. So, there has been a complaint from the business world that, graduates need to be employable. We need graduates that have the skills and competencies. But how can any higher education institution ensure that they have the right skills and competencies if they didn't have access to the tools that you are using in industry? That's why it is important that you open the doors, allow access to our students, allow access to our researchers, so that they have access to the tools and equipment and they can acquire the competencies. Since the lifetime of a politician, I'm an academician. who has become politician. And I know that the lifetime of a politician is much shorter than that of an academician. That's why we decided to change the act immediately as I became the minister. With the help of Professor Murray and Higher Education Commission, we changed the act immediately last year. And we introduced micro-credentials. The micro-credentials allow to strengthen the bond between academia and industry. We are telling both academia and industry, come together, design the programs that you want, deliver it together so that the students leaving the universities have the right skills. So that's an opportunity. We're already having 6 projects on a pilot basis, and we are coming up with the guidelines and regulation for micro-credentials. And this is another way of strengthening the bond. I personally feel that the bond between academia and industry is quite weak in Mauritius. And that's why we wanted the business world to come together, participate in this National Research Week, to strengthen that bond, to work together. We are too small. The third aspect is to include international speakers in this second National Research Week. We would like that interaction to happen between our local researchers and the international researchers. And here I thank all the sponsors who have helped us to get those international researchers to participate in the second National Research Week. Why? Because when it comes to International Research Fund, Horizon Europe, I say it again and again, Horizon Europe is a fund of 95.5 billion euros dedicated for research. How much are we getting? How much is coming to Mauritius? Not even peanuts, because the peanut is larger than that. We're not getting. Why? Because we keep on trying institution-wise. We would like you to come together to bid for those research funds, public and private. And that's why we ask you to come together. This is one of the fields where polygamy is allowed. You can have multiple partners, right? No problem. It's legal. So that's the opportunity. Come together, work together, and conduct the research together. That's what we want you to do. We would like this platform in the coming years to become an international platform, because we have also invited young researchers to come and present, to come and discuss with experts in the field. As you know, the success rate in any doctoral program does not exceed 20%. So only 1 out of 5 students registered for a doctoral program is likely to succeed. We want to increase that success rate. And this can only happen if right at the beginning we are providing the support to that doctoral student, ensuring that he or she is on the right path. Why wait for the external examiner to say, you failed? 3-4 years wasted. That's the opportunity. We have invited the young researchers as well to come and interact with the expert. I have lots of hope with the National Research Week. The government has lots of hope with this National Research Week, because we would like to see that research culture growing, thriving, becoming stronger and stronger in all our institutions. And this cannot happen without the support of each and every one of you. So please, there's one stumbling block which is impeding progress, is trust. We brought you together so that you build that trust, institutional level, at the level of the researchers, so that you can work together. That's why make the most of this opportunity. Ensure that the goals that we have set for this National Research Week are achieved. Let's work together so that we all can move together. We can all achieve that greatness together. Otherwise, we will be completely at a loss, and Mauritius will not be able to establish that research culture that we are dreaming of, especially our knowledge hub. Let me wish all of you a fruitful deliberation, right, throughout the week. Let me thank the MRIC, Professor Baran, the chairman, and the organizing team that comprise representatives of all the higher education institutions who have been working relentlessly to ensure that this week happens. So thank you again for your attention. Wish you a fruitful National Research Week.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Please stay with us a few more minutes on stage. Thank you for this very passionate and insightful speech. And I have a pleasure to call on stage Dr. Rubina Jita Rampadarut for the remittance of a token to the minister. On peut l'applaudir, mesdames et messieurs. Elle nous rejoint à l'instant. We also invite our photographers and videographers to capture this very, very heartfelt moment. On applaudit encore une fois, mesdames et messieurs. What a beautiful token, dodo crafted in wood for the minister today. Alors, je pense qu'on a pu capturer le moment avec l'aide de nos photographes et nos vidéographes. Merci beaucoup. On vous invite à reprendre vos places. Merci beaucoup encore une fois.
Oh, j'entends nice one. Effectivement, c'était un très joli speech, empli de passion et de beaucoup de belles choses pour vous, bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs. Donc, merci beaucoup en tout cas pour ce magnifique speech. Continuons notre programme sans plus tarder, mesdames et messieurs. As we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, in today's program, we now turn to a keynote that brings a truly global dimension to our discussions. It is also a timely reminder of how science and technology continue to bridge borders, connect expertise, and accelerate collaboration worldwide. We are honored to welcome Dr. Anna Kiete, Avian Species Director at Colossal Biosciences, joining us online from the United States. And a few words on Dr. Kiete. She works at the forefront of biotechnology, biodiversity restoration, and species conservation. Today, she will share insights into Colossal's pioneering work in de-extinction and conservation, including the highly anticipated Dodo De-Extinction Initiative. It is a privilege to have her with us online on this special occasion. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Kiete.
Hi, can you hear me?
So I don't know if you can hear us, Dr. Katie.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so very much. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really excited to share the work on the dodo de-extinction project at Colossal. We're going to go ahead and give a try with one of the videos here. We'll see if this works. If not, we have some backups in store. So one moment. Hang on one second. Right.
We have this field called de-extinction.
We are correcting our intervention in nature.
Absolutely mission critical.
All right. Well, our colossal mission, our moonshot mission, is to make extinction a thing of the past. And it's a goal that gets our team of scientists, engineers, and conservationists up every morning. Today, I want to talk about how we're going about making this a reality, why it's critical to do so, and the ways in which we're changing traditional paradigms along the way. And as this is Mauritian National Research Week, I will, of course, highlight our work on the dodo. So why make extinction a thing of the past? Well, we're currently living in a human-caused mass extinction, the worst mass extinction since the dinosaurs. We're losing biodiversity richness and abundance across all 7 continents. Biodiversity is critical to natural systems. We cannot see your slide. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Let's. Let me try again. Actually. Sorry about this. Okay, so okay, do you want to go ahead and play the slides on that side? Okay. Thank you. Let me restart here. All right. All right, let's give it a try again. So why make extinction a thing of the past? Well, we're currently living in a human-caused mass extinction. It's the worst mass extinction since the dinosaurs. We're losing biodiversity richness and abundance across all 7 continents. And biodiversity is critical to natural systems, the systems that society depends on for food, clean air, clean water, and natural resources. Species are critical parts of an interconnected ecosystem, and if we lose critical pieces, we risk system-wide collapse. You can go ahead to the next slide. All right, so we'll move quickly through these next few slides. These are our de-extinction programs: the dire wolf, the thylacine or the Tasmanian tiger, the woolly mammoth, the South Island giant moa, and of course the dodo, Raphis cuculatus, was a flightless bird endemic to Mauritius, first recorded by Dutch sailors around 1598. And having evolved in isolation without natural predators, it nested on the ground and exhibited what we call predator naivete, meaning that it had little fear of humans. And that made it especially vulnerable to human activity. So within a few decades of human arrival, the species declined rapidly due to hunting, habitat destruction, and the introduction of invasive animals such as rats, pigs, and monkeys that preyed on its eggs. By the late 1600s, likely around 1681, the dodo had gone extinct, making it one of the earliest well-documented examples of human-driven extinction. And although there's very little physical evidence today of the dodo, actual remains, it's become a global symbol of biodiversity loss, as well as a deeply significant part of Mauritian natural and cultural heritage. And it serves as a lasting reminder of the impact humans can have on fragile ecosystems and shapes conversations around conservation. So the ultimate goal is to return the dodo to its original habitat. And in order to do that, we need to establish deep roots in Mauritius. To that end, our Chief Animal Officer, Matt James, and our Chief Scientific Officer, Beth Shapiro, visited Mauritius in 2024, spoke with the then government, the Mauritian Institute of Biotechnology, and the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation, including Dr. Vikash Tatalia. We aim to capacity build in the realm of biotech. So we've additionally established an MOU with the Mauritius Institute of Biotechnology. Next. And we've continued to build local partnerships with Mauritian leaders. Last year, we founded the Mauritius Dodo Advisory Council, the MDAC, which is chaired by Dr. Davina Lobine, research officer at the MIBL. The MDAC meets every few months to discuss projects or progress on the Dodo project, address questions, and build a grassroots species restoration effort. We also host past and upcoming interns from Mauritius at our headquarters in Dallas, Texas, And they focus on different aspects of the science of the dodo project, as well as ongoing conservation efforts for other species. Next. So how do we de-extinct the dodo? Well, we start with cells from its closest living relative, the Nicobar pigeon. This pigeon is native to island habitats across Southeast Asia and retains its strong ability to fly. Using the closest living relative provides a practical genomic and cellular foundation on which to build. Then we identify the defining traits that distinguish the dodo. These include its much larger body size, which certainly involve changes in growth regulation and metabolism, its muted cryptic feather coloration compared to the iridescent plumage of the Nicobar pigeon, and a suite of anatomical features associated with flightlessness, such as reduced wing size, altered muscle distribution, and changes in skeletal structure, particularly in the sternum and shoulder girdle. Finally, there's the dodo's distinctive, robust, and curved beak, which reflects differences in craniofacial development and feeding ecology. And by comparing high-quality genomes from the dodo and the Nicobar pigeon, we can identify the genetic variants associated with these traits. These involve many genes and their regulatory elements rather than single mutations. The goal is then to introduce a selected set of these dodo-associated variants into the Nicobar pigeon genome using precise genome editing that captures the dodo's key morphological and ecological characteristics. You can go ahead to the next. Okay. The dodo beak is a complicated structure that requires the precise coordination of many genes over developmental time to sculpt it into its unique shape. And we knew when we started the de-extinction project that it was going to be one of the more challenging phenotypes to engineer. So we started a study into bird beak development to identify the key genetic elements required. We collected tissue from 4 bird species, embryos of those species. These included duck, quail, chicken, and pigeon over 6 developmental time points, from a time when the face primordia are first forming to a point when the mature shape is nearly complete. We included 3 different tissues of the developing beak to capture all the major elements of the face. We performed something called ATAC-seq. This is a sequencing method that allows us to see which areas of the genome are actively being read or seen by the translation machinery. And in the end, we sequenced tissue from hundreds of individual samples to find which areas of bird genomes are active during beak formation. Next. We then use this embryonic data set to train an AI model that predicts key regulatory regions across more than 300 bird species, species for which we have only whole genome sequences and no developmental data. The model highlights genomic regions involved in beak development, allowing us to link specific variants to differences in beak shape. Regions driving an increase in beak length, others important for beak shape or beak depth rather, and so on. And it's really exciting that the candidate genes that we're finding include those with well-established known roles in craniofacial development, in addition to some new candidates. This is a great sanity check that the pipeline that we have designed is working well. Next, we will overlay these regions onto the dodo genome to prioritize the variants most likely to drive its particular distinct beak shape. Next. Now, once we have a list of gene candidates, we test in embryos in eggs or in ovo whether those edits will give the phenotype that we want. This is a relatively quick assay, 10 days to 2 weeks, as opposed to the many months it takes to make a fully gene-edited bird. Our scientists introduce editing components into the cells that will form the beak in the embryo and then evaluate beak shape midway through egg incubation. And in this image, we're showing that we're able to target a gene encoding green fluorescent proteins, commonly referred to as GFP, into the upper beak of a developing chick embryo with high efficiency. GFP is introduced on the left side of the beak, and it leaves the right side as a control. In this way, we can screen the beak development edits that come from our computational pipeline and then pick top candidates for next steps. Next. All right, so I've just described one way in which we identify the specific edits that we want to make. Now, how do we introduce these genetic changes into cells and in turn into living birds? We begin by collecting primordial germ cells, or PGCs, from Nicobar pigeon embryos. PGCs will form eggs or sperm in adult birds, and therefore are the carriers of genetic information from one generation to the next. We expand PGC cultures over a period of about 1 month, perform precise gene edits, and then inject edited PGCs back into surrogate eggs. We use genetically modified chickens whose own PGCs are removed so that the edited PGCs don't have to compete with the chicken's PGCs. Those surrogate birds grow and look like normal chickens, only their germ cells, their eggs or sperm, are different. When they mate, their chicks will be pigeons edited with dodo variants. Next. One technical challenge that we needed to overcome on the path to dodo de-extinction was the ability to culture pigeon primordial germ cells for multiple months. It turns out that the PGCs of different bird species require different factors to thrive in a culture dish in a lab. The culture recipe for chicken PGCs was published in 2006, 20 years ago now. And unfortunately, those culture conditions have not translated well to other bird species. It's only been in the past year that long-term culture conditions have been established for any other bird species. And we were able to develop a pigeon PGC culture recipe in just under 18 months. To do this, we received around 200 pigeon eggs a week. We collected PGCs from incubated eggs, and we tested literally hundreds of different combinations of growth factors and small molecules in varying concentrations. And the fact that we were able to do this in such a short time frame, I think, is a testament to the hard work and dedication of our team of scientists. Next. We developed our pigeon PGC culture media using rock dove or common pigeon PGCs. We started with rock dove because there are plenty of common pigeons around, and their eggs are readily available year-round, and we had so many conditions that we needed to screen. The next test was to see if those culture conditions worked on Nicobar pigeon PGCs, and they do. We received our first Nicobar eggs in May of last year. Their PGCs grow just as well in culture as rock dove. Nicobar pigeons are seasonal layers, so we're continuing to biobank and generate stocks of PGCs for future editing. All right, and this one is a video. On your side, or do you have the PDF up? So we may not be able to play the video. It's okay if we don't. Yeah, it's all right. Go ahead, go back to that slide. I'll go ahead and describe. I'll walk through it. So this is normally a demo that I like to show to visitors at our headquarters lab in Dallas of how we collect PGCs from bird embryos. And on the bottom left is an image of a chick embryo at day 3 of development. And when the video is playing, When all works well. What you can see is we insert a fine glass needle into the bloodstream. And the idea is that PGCs are circulating in the blood on their way to colonize the gonads, and we can put in this needle, withdraw a small blood sample. That blood sample contains hundreds of PGCs and millions of red blood cells. And over the course of about a month, in a culture dish, the red blood cells die off, the PGCs multiply, and then grow into millions of cells. And at that point, there's sufficient number to be taken through precise genome editing. Once the editing is complete, they can then be injected back into a surrogate embryo at the same stage and complete migration to the gonads. Next. Okay, so I've shown you the basic steps that it takes to de-extinct the dodo. I want to emphasize that the same core set of artificial reproductive technologies that we are developing for dodo de-extinction, what we call the de-extinction toolkit, can also be applied to the conservation of countless other avian species at risk of extinction. So in our journey to restore extinct species, we'll also be able to better protect currently endangered species. And this gives my job a tremendous amount of purpose and meaning. All of the de-extinction programs at Colossal positively impact present conservation needs. From sequencing genomes of threatened and endangered species to establishing methods for biobanking sensitive cell types, pushing the envelope of multiplex gene editing, developing computational software and methods to analyze genomes of individuals as well as populations, to mitigating disease in threatened and endangered bird species, threatened and endangered species generally. De-extinction technologies are conservation technologies as well. Next. For each of our de-extinction programs, we also identify beneficiary species. These are living species that can directly benefit from the technologies we develop. In the case of the dodo, this includes advances in growing and biobanking primordial germ cells. We can now not only culture and preserve rock dove PGCs, but extend these methods to threatened and endangered pigeon species. Because PGCs are the cells that ultimately transmit genetic information to the next generation, they are a critical substrate for biobanking and long-term conservation. We're also testing the chicken as a potential surrogate system with the goal of using it to help propagate threatened or endangered bird species. At the same time, we've generated a publicly available reference genome for the Nicobar pigeon, a near-threatened species, and sequenced more than 20 additional individuals to better understand both historical and contemporary genetic variation. We've also sequenced an ancient DNA genome from the critically endangered tooth-billed pigeon of Samoa. This is the Manamia, sometimes called the little dodo. And through the Colossal Foundation, we're supporting efforts to locate and protect this elusive bird. Recent expeditions have reported sightings of the Manamia for the first time in years. Next. We're also excited about applying these same technologies to the genetic rescue of the endangered Mauritian pink pigeon. So thanks to the dedicated efforts of the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation, the species has rebounded from just a few individuals in the late 20th century to more than 500 today. However, that recovery came through a severe population bottleneck, and the species still faces the health consequences of inbreeding despite very successful captive breeding programs. Next. Our restoration approach focuses on identifying regions of the pink pigeon genome that are reducing fitness and replacing them with healthier variants. By sequencing DNA from historical museum specimens, we can identify genetic variation that's been lost over time and reintroduce it into the genome of pink pigeon PGCs. These edited pink pigeon PGCs can then be introduced into surrogates, similarly to what we were doing for dodo, and used to boost healthy genetic diversity into the population. In other words, we're resurrecting extinct genetic diversity as a path towards saving a species from becoming extinct. Next. Beyond advancing artificial reproductive technologies for other bird species, the dodo de-extinction program has the potential to drive broader ecological benefits across Mauritius. For any reintroduction to succeed, the original causes of the dodo's extinction must first be addressed in collaboration with local partners such as the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation. And this means sustained efforts in rat eradication, revegetation, and holistic habitat restoration. Actions that will not only support a future dodo, but also safeguard populations of endemic species such as the pink pigeon and the Mauritius kestrel. And with that, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to deliver this keynote. Again, it's been an honor to share our work with you today, and thank you for bearing with me through the technical problems.
Thank you so much, Dr. Katie, for that insightful keynote and for sharing such compelling perspective with us. Your presentation has clearly illustrated how science, innovation, and biotechnology are reshaping the future of conservation and creating new possibilities for global impact. And of course, for many of us here in Mauritius, the Dodo initiative carries a particularly powerful resonance. Let's give another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Katie, who joined us online from the United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a few speakers already, and we have a big day ahead. I will invite you outside for a quick cup of coffee and a few pastries as well. Let's say we reconvene in the same room in 15 minutes, if that suits you. Yeah? OK, perfect. On se revoit dans 15 minutes, mesdames et messieurs. Allez-y, prenez une petite tasse de café, quelque chose à grignoter, et on se revoit dans quelques minutes. Bon appétit à tous.
raise you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you. Where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
Well, that's not what I was told.
Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
What?
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. It means no worries.
Et c'est 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Bon. Et c'est 1, 2. Et c'est test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1, 2. Et c'est... Tu peux augmenter un petit peu parce que c'est me cause un petit peu loin. Pas... Et c'est 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
We're about to continue with our program in a few minutes. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're about to kick off our second part of our program.
alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. The same old thing that keeps me around. And if you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone.
Qui nous rejoignent à l'instant, je vous invite à rapidement prendre vos places car nous allons commencer avec notre prochain discours dans quelques secondes, mesdames et messieurs. For those who are just joining us, welcome back. We're about to kick off our next speech, so please be seated accordingly. Thank you.
But I just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. The same old thing that keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you, just wanna be alone.
Deserved coffee break. I do hope that you enjoyed actually your little pause. Alors mesdames et messieurs, j'invite ceux et celles qui sont encore à l'extérieur à nous rejoindre. Nous commençons tout de suite cette deuxième partie sans plus tarder. Nous avons encore des chaises de disponibles, donc n'hésitez pas à nous rejoindre. Comme vous pouvez le voir, la salle a un petit peu changé. Le setup a été cassé en conséquence. Donc on vous invite, mesdames et messieurs, à vite reprendre vos places. So ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, I hope you enjoyed your well-deserved coffee break and that you had the opportunity to recharge and have a quick chat with everybody present. Ne vous inquiétez pas, il y aura encore quelques pauses durant la journée. Vous aurez l'occasion de discuter avec tous ceux et celles qui sont présents pour cette belle journée. Let us continue with our program and move to the next segment of the morning. It is my pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Kevin Ramkalawan, Chief Executive Officer of Business Mauritius, to deliver the next welcome address, ladies and gentlemen. As a leading voice of the private sector, Mr. Ramkalawan brings an important perspective to today's discussion on strengthening the connection between research, innovation, and economic impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Ramkalawan a big round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, everyone, dear friends. If you allow me, all protocols observed, so we don't lose too much time on the particular matters. I'm delighted to be here, delighted to be opening this session, which is really with the business community, so our membership, to be able to work with academia and see how can we improve and how can we go further in bridging this gap the Minister was talking about earlier between industry and academia. For Business Mauritius, the idea of innovation is extremely important. Innovation is inbuilt in our work every day, because you need to innovate to be more productive. Innovation, research and innovation has been a core work with MRIC, and we've been doing a lot in programs, in schemes to be able to bridge the gap. Today, in all boardrooms, in all platforms with government, we're talking about the Middle East crisis. It's true, the Middle East crisis is taking the forefront. Some of you might wonder, why are we talking about innovation when we should be saving energy and doing all these things? But it is the right time to talk about it, because in fact, such crises show that countries like ours need to be resilient. And resilience doesn't come from wishing, doesn't come from good wish. It comes from innovation. And that innovation is what's driving us here today to be able to ensure that we are working towards bridging this gap. But beyond the immediate issue of the Middle East crisis, in fact, the reason to innovate is much, much deeper. Our economic miracle, we all know about it. All of us who studied here, who studied Mauritius, understand what miracles have happened for us to be at the economic space we are today. But we are, and my good friend Sander has always been talking with me on that, we are in the middle income trap, and we will stay there, being a country that has done a lot, but with the cost of materials, cost of labor increasing, if we are not able to balance it with much, much higher productivity, there's no way we can climb further. So at that particular point, the need for research and innovation is key, and research and innovation that goes far beyond the boundaries on one side of academia. The minister, the one who was telling about this huge work that is happening in silos, but also far above what we are doing as businesses, because we innovate also internally in our groups, and I think in this panel that's coming later on, we'll be able to hear more about that. So that level of innovation really requires us to be able to merge our intentions together to move forward. Let me just go back to this idea of middle income trap. All the gains, the easy gains, I think have been made today. The way we've done business, we do it well, and we have very few additional gains to come from there. Labor costs are rising. They will continue rising as inflation rises, particularly when costs such as the crisis come in. Margins are narrow, competition is intensifying. So for us to be able to equate this equation, we need to go onto higher value activities. And that is how we'll be able to cross the bridge and go towards higher growth. Now for Mauritius, the complexity is a little bit further because we're small. Therefore, we cannot benefit from large economies of scale. So in some sectors where countries can survive for economies of scale and bring innovation in the economies of scale, this is much less in our hands. It is there, we do a little bit of economies of scale, but we don't naturally benefit from it the way China or India would. So if we can't rely on volume, we'll have to rely on value. We'll have to rely on value, and this value must be inherently embedded in the new supply chains. Because if you produce value, but it is not part of the global supply chain, your value remains very much to you. So you need to produce value that can get embedded in global supply chains. If we do textiles, we need to do textiles with value that actually are part of what is required from the global supply chain. So we have that complexity, not just to innovate for our purposes, but innovate so that it fits into the global value chains. And really, what does that mean? I love the word, some people don't like it too much, but I like the word complexification. It was coined a few years ago, but I think it's still relevant, is that if I'm selling a product that is extremely lisible, it's extremely easy to reproduce, to be replicated by someone else, much harder for me to add value to it. I need to be able to bring my knowledge content to it. I need to be able to bring technology to it. I need to be able to bring data to it and therefore get to the productivity gains. And I think this is really what I heard this morning, both from the Minister and from the MRIC, and this is really where we need to go. So there is alignment and there's affirmation that this is really what we should be looking at. Now, if we move into a more economic view. I'm an economist by training. We are talking about multi-factor productivity. So we need to leave labor productivity, we need to leave capital productivity, we really need to go into multi-factor. Therefore, technology, science play a key role in productivity. And when we talk about productivity in Mauritius, I hope as from now with the National Research Week being perhaps underpinning this new way of thinking, we need to understand that labor can only be productive by that much, capital by that much, but it's the multi-factor productivity which goes beyond those two factors of production that we can actually achieve this productivity, and therefore through the innovation as a central matter, not a side issue, not something that's nice to have, but really as a core economic variable. And therefore, as we look into this, as we look at how do we compete, because our destiny is to compete on the global scene, on the regional scene, or global scene. Our economy is too small to be able to function as an internal economy like larger countries can do. So our view of production must be towards export, and to be able to do that, we need to really bring innovation in alignment. So the conversations that we are having today, this platform, the opening session this morning, and then later on, this panel that will be moderated by my good friend from MCCI, they're all part of how do we move towards innovation. They are the opening steps, they are the first steps, but with that, I think with the bright minds around, how on each side do we make an additional step? How academia takes an additional step towards business, and how does the industry take an additional step towards academia? And then it is therefore about, for me, methodologies, about structures. We need to move towards sustainable research industry pathways. It cannot be, we've had some beautiful examples in Mauritius. The work we've done, for example, with CBDR is a work that leads results. It's one institution, it's a few parties between Mauritius businesses and academia on very key concepts. We need to scale. We need to have many, many more such spin-offs from industry, from academia, that links in a very credible way with industry. And I think the role of institutions, whether sectoral institutions of the private sector and of the public sector, have a key role to play to bridge this gap. So the role that the MRIC has been taking, and I think in the future the National Research Institute will take, Business Mauritius, the Chamber, and then sectoral associations, I see ARIM here and others, I think it's critical, because this is how we will federate the industry side and the academia side towards very precise goals as we move forward. When we are doing that, I must recognize the work that is being done already. We've talked about the MIC. I cannot not talk about the MIBL and what we're doing, and of course EDB and others. But for us at Business Mauritius, we have seen the value of this structured engagement. We have seen that when the right actors are around the table, in terms of research on one side, then funding does not become an issue. And even in terms of practical applications, if both of us are working together, it really, really can matter very, very quickly. So really we need to have also scale in research and innovation going forward. And on that interface that I've been talking about, creating a real ecosystem for innovation. Policymakers, I know, are thinking about it. We all, as a country, we all as partners, whether businesses or academia, we have to work together towards this ecosystem of innovation. I think this is a core concept necessary for us to really graduate to where we want to go. And this structure has already some elements. I talked about the CBBR before, but really as we move forward, we will have to start developing, as in other countries, and this is the step maybe we should take, Minister, towards industry, as you were talking about, towards academia, as you were talking about earlier. Maybe we should have chairs of research. Who knows, maybe a chair of agro-industry research at universities, public or private, research on textile manufacturing. Chairs, actually, whether they're a company or a group or an institution, mobilize research towards specific objective. We go broad in Mauritius. So we do a lot of research. I meet brilliant people who do brilliant research, and there's no issue there. The competency, the intelligence is there. But from broad to go deep on what matters to us, not what is interesting because it's the hype of the moment in the research work, but what really, really works. Romila, the HEC director, always tells me that 20 years ago she had worked on waste composting, and it's true. If 20 years ago we had this structure, I think we would have had massive investments from Mauritius in composting. But that is the past, but today as we speak, there's so much research happening, and we have many, many more institutions today that can help in there. So for me, that is a key area we can move on. And probably in my own humble view, one day I would love to see that research and innovation is not a public institution, but a joint public-private institution where we really are agreed that this is the future for the country, and we are all contributing so that research is produced, and research is not produced wide, but applied research is produced there, and this applied research immediately dovetails into applications, and obviously IP and intellectual property plays a very key role so that researchers actually become extremely successful and become models in this country. So for me, that is a real wish, and I think it needs to be built not as a quick win, but as really sustainable, long-term, strong foundation, so that once we're engaged on it, we really are engaged, and step by step, we are progressing on this. I'm really at the end of this introductory remarks. I'd like to thank our co-organizers, the MRIC, the MIBL, and of course the Ministry. We are very privileged, and we feel very privileged and honored to have been included in this research week, and I hope this is something we can do very much in a sustained way over the long term. I would really like to conclude with that simple point that we cannot afford our model of growth of the past, and this new model of value creation, of productivity, needs a seedbed of innovation. So very squarely towards the researchers that we can work together on applied research. If we want to strengthen our position, whether in the global value chains or the regional value chains, if we want to support our competitiveness over time, actually improve the living standards for all of us, i.e. avoid that middle income trap, this is really one of the areas where we need to move with seriousness, where we need to move with intent. So on those words, I thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to the panel with the rest of you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkalawan, for those inspiring remarks and for setting an important perspective for the discussions ahead. Speaking of discussions ahead, let's now dive deeply into our first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is titled Collaborate to Innovate, Building Sustainable Research Industry Pathways. This panel will explore how we can strengthen practical linkages between academia and the private sector, and how collaboration can drive more sustainable and impactful innovation outcomes. This session will be moderated, ladies and gentlemen, by Dr. Drishti Ramdeni, Secretary General of the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and she will be joined by a distinguished panel representing both industry and academia. For the industry side, we have, let's give them a big round of applause as they take to the stage, Mr. Cédric de Spéville, Chief Executive Officer of Eclosia Group, Mr. Mehul Bhatt, Head of Strategy, Savan Life Sciences from Bioculture Group, Mr. Vidya Munigan, Global Head Shared Services à Defos Academics. Allez, je compte sur vous, mesdames et messieurs. Je sais que vous avez mangé, vous avez pris une bonne tasse de café. And from the academic and research community, Associate Professor Vincent Florence from the University of Mauritius, Dr. Myriam Blin, Head of the Charles Telfair Center. So a strong and diverse panel bringing together different perspectives on a shared challenge. Je vous laisse 50 minutes pour explorer le thème en question. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. And I think, Kevin, you've already set the scene very well, so we'll go deep in the conversation. And what we wanted to achieve, actually, as you said, is to have a broad understanding of what is the actual understanding and the status of the collaboration between academia and industry, and also to see what actually is being done, and if there are gaps, structural gaps, and specific mechanisms that can advance the collaboration to be able to build the objective and the vision of a knowledge and innovation-driven society and economy, how we can move forward. So my first question will go to you, Miriam. You are in the academic world, you are at the Child Welfare Institute, and I would like to hear from you as an introduction, how do you feel is a transmission between research and industry working, and what is your views actually in terms of the inputs that are being provided for that vision to be able to happen?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, we know that there are some infancy of industry and academia collaboration taking place in Mauritius. And when we were preparing this this panel, we talked a lot about, and it was also mentioned by Honorable Dr. Sukon, which is the Innovation Index, and the fact that we have this, this relatively good ranking. And what it's saying is that what we have in Mauritius is we have good foundation to create an R&D ecosystem. We have the good governance, we have a sophisticated markets, we have a good human capital base. We actually have a lot of researchers, one of the highest density of researchers in Southern Africa. So we have the foundation to allow an R&D ecosystem to emerge. What we don't have is the operational capacity for that ecosystem to exist. I mean, with Vincent, we were discussing the fact that in terms of investment, we have 2.3% of GDP invested in R&D. That's well below the 2% global average, but it's also well below the 1% that economists recommend for emerging economies to have a national innovation system that allows to create economic value. So we would need at least 7 billion rupees investment in R&D to allow this to happen. We are very far from this. The other reason why it's still very piecemeal and very small is also, and again, Dr. Sukhan mentioned it earlier, is that our research we're small, we're very fragmented, it's very isolated. The MRIC is doing fantastic work and has done, innovated a lot in the last few years, but it's still all project funding. That does not allow to create that continuity, that infrastructure of knowledge creation. It doesn't allow us to reach that threshold so we can actually create complex, deep-level research that can then translate into complex decision-making. And there's also a gap in the private sector, but I'm sure the others are going to talk about it.
Definitely, Miriam, and I'll get back to you, but I think what I get is fragmentation. There's requirement for more structure, and also 7 billion or even more that is required to meet those objectives. And I think that it's good to hear from the private sector also how they can help in there if they are not already doing it. So Cedric, you're looking at me, so you're looking at me. You are you're from Ecclesia, I think. So if you can just share with us, what are you doing and how is research happening, is innovation happening at your end, and how can you frame it?
Merci Drishti. Si je peux en français, c'est OK? Chaud. Vous savez, quand on prépare un panel comme celui-ci, vu son importance, on essaie de penser à quelques idées parce qu'on veut être utile. Et ensuite, il se passe deux choses ce matin. La première, c'est qu'on arrive et qu'on a notre ministre qui, en quelques minutes, en quelques phrases, a piqué toutes mes idées de mots percutants. Je dis ça sans rigoler par rapport à l'importance des mots qui ont été utilisés, collaboration, partage, connexion. Ce genre de forum où on se met ensemble est essentiel. Rien qu'en se parlant quelques minutes, Vincent et moi, il y a quelques jours, on s'est dit il y a pas mal de choses qu'on pourrait faire ensemble. Donc l'idée de se mettre ensemble et d'échanger est essentielle. La deuxième chose qui se passe, qui s'est passée encore ce matin, c'est que, et pour ceux qui me connaissent, je suis le CEO d'Ecclesia. dont une des activités importantes est la production de poulets. Et je viens d'apprendre que maintenant, avec 2 poulets, on aura un dodo. Et là, ça m'a fait penser un peu plus loin. C'est assez motivant, en même temps stressant. Donc, si je peux maintenant revenir à la question de Drishti et au sujet en lui-même, effectivement, je pense qu'à Maurice, il y a beaucoup de choses qui se passent et qui, quelquefois, sont under the radar, on ne sait pas. Et en préparant cette session, j'ai demandé à nos chefs d'entreprise chez Eclosia de me dire quelle recherche vous êtes en train de faire en ce moment. Et il y a plus de 10 recherches actives dans nos entreprises, allant de collaboration avec le CBBR, l'University of Oxford, l'Université des Mascarins, l'University of Mauritius, Curtin University, et tout ça dans des fields qui sont peut-être un peu simples pour des chercheurs qui veulent chercher des Q1 articles, mais qui pour nous ont beaucoup de relevance. On fait de la recherche sur des alternative inputs for food production. Quelles protéines on pourrait avoir à Maurice au lieu de continuer d'importer du soja d'Amérique du Sud. On fait de la recherche sur des alternative packaging. There's a lot around sustainability. Et il faut vraiment qu'on soit sûr de pouvoir faire les choses un peu différemment parce que, évidemment, qu'une des forces de Maurice, c'est son positionnement. Cette île magnifique, et dans tout ce qu'on fait, il faut qu'on reste very pertinent sur la sustainability. On a de la recherche, et je finirai dessus peut-être pour l'instant, en termes de how do we use waste to create wealth instead of sending things to Mauritius. So, il y a des choses qu'on fait avec le CBBR qui sont très, très intéressantes. Je ne peux pas rentrer dans les détails parce que ça can be commercially sensitive, mais par exemple, un exemple tout bête, et c'est pas le seul, on est dans l'industrie du poulet, il y a des œufs, il y a des coquilles d'œufs, il y a des membranes de coquilles d'œufs, et il y a a very high value in this membrane that we have to really try to understand and use it bend downward. Ensuite, on reviendra peut-être dessus, mais il y a des bottlenecks, c'est des choses, des idées de comment corriger, mais en tout cas, c'est ce que je voulais partager pour l'instant. Merci.
Merci Cédric. Donc vraiment, depuis vendredi, je crois que les détails que tu as eu de tes entreprises aussi à ajouter à cette conversation, mais je crois que le quick win qu'on peut voir, c'est ce qu'a dit Myriam, mais aussi de ton côté, c'est qu'il y a énormément de choses qui sont faites, mais comment mettre en place un système de gestion pour que déjà la connaissance soit transmise et à ce moment-là, trouver des mécanismes, comme Kevin a mentionné, pour que ces points de focus soient amplifiés. And then really there are certain impact on the economy that can be achieved and that the financing also would flow and that lever of development could also be achieved. So in the same segment, Vidya, I now turn to you. Vidya, you are somebody who is extremely well known. You've seen the ICT sector from the beginning till now, and so many things are happening in terms of digitalization, AI. So share a little bit with us, how you seen this movement with a particular focus on the importance of innovation, the day-to-day innovation and the strategic innovation that has to be set for that kind of sector to keep itself competitive, namely in an international context and where internationally there are a huge number of innovative technologies coming in.
Thank you, Dishri. A very good afternoon, good morning to all of you guys. I spent 13 months in research in Cambridge, working on oil industry, and I feel a little bit kind of at home talking to some of you guys because at a point in my career, I had to decide whether I do my PhD and become a researcher or I go into business. But being from the technology background, I think when I look at the country today, I mean, I hope that this research week is not just going to be another. I hope this becomes an inflection point, a pivot for the country, because we've been coming from many years of low growth, high debt. We need to move in a trajectory of high growth, reduced debt, and the only way we can achieve this is through innovation. Through innovation, and we are being helped today because we have a massive enabler called AI that is going to help us achieve much bigger outcome in much shorter time. And I think this is good news for Mauritius, because if I look at Mauritius today, we don't have as many researchers. I think you mentioned about 0.23% of GDP that we invest into research. If I compare this probably with a country with the highest investment in research is Israel, is 6% of their GDP. That's a long way, but I don't expect we will be able to reach, but I think we need to set a target that next year is going to be 0.5, the year after is going to be 1, whatever. And then how does this research investment feed into creation of startups and institutions that can drive that growth, that high growth that we need? And like Kevin mentioned about our future depends on high value business that we need to create, because we don't have a big market, we don't have a high population, etc. So we have to be very selective. And I think at the moment we are doing we are spending money, yes, but we do not actually connect the investment with the economic and social outcome and the impact. And I think we need to, by using AI, we should be able to know what is going to help us get the results that we need. I think the beauty with AI is that today research costs can actually be halved by using AI. Because traditionally, research has been sequential. You start, you do something, you try, you test, doesn't work, you start again. With AI, you can do it in parallel. You can have many paths running at the same time, which means that one is that you can achieve much faster the outcome that you want. And I think Mauritius badly needs this. And we have a shortage of number of researchers, and AI will help us because it will enable one person to do the job of maybe 4 or 5 people. And I think, to your point, I think technology and IT and AI is going to be the key determinant of where we become in the next few years. And I think maybe one research project that needs to be done, because I don't think, I work for Dayforce. Dayforce, we are an AI-driven software company. It's an AI-first company. If we want to solve anything, first question we say, how will AI solve the problem? We're not interested with conventional knowledge. We're just saying, okay, what are the tools that is being made available with AI that will help us double our revenue in 3 years, whatever. Yeah, I think these are the kind of the objective that we set. And then from that perspective, we find out what is the fastest and the surest way to achieve this. Yeah. Now, I read an article last week, and the title caught my attention. It says, AI will make income tax become redundant. Okay? And I say, wow, what does that mean? What it actually means is that with AI, the number of humans that are going to work is going to reduce. And a lot of companies are going to employ agents. So are you going to tax agents? Because they are the value creators. Because tax should be taxed to the people who actually create the value. Yeah. So now, what is the impact? We have a small population. We have an aging population. We're going to have fewer people paying income tax. But what would this whole transformation of AI do on our economy? I think we need a research to actually tell us, and what we need to do sooner than later. So I think as technology companies, and we as a company, we've been probably one of the earlier companies working with universities. Yeah, I mean, 2008 was the first time we did something with UTM. We've invested in an innovation lab with the University of Mauritius, with an immersive lab with UTM, etc. Because we firmly believe that we can develop the better talent by partnering with universities. And we firmly believe that we can bring something to the table that would enable universities to make it more, to crystallize how solutions are developed for the economy.
Vidya, thank you so much. And as you said, AI today is both an enabler for companies to move forward, and it also gives you opportunities how to grow and how to diversify. And I think I'll just turn to Mehul on this aspect. Mehul, moving from digital, I think your industry, from where you come from, biotechnology, I do feel that innovation research is what created the industries, what is intrinsic to it, and it also opens new perspective of development. So if you can share with us how, from a biotechnology perspective, you feel that research is not only important, but that strong connect with academia should be consolidated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Drishti, for this opportunity, and thank you, everyone. I think as I answer this question, let me try to share the story of bioculture, because it is a story of innovation. And the topic of the day today is discovery to deals. And this is a very clear example of that. I'm going to share this story with 3 dates: 1985, 2012, and 2024. So 1985, 2 young people, they find an opportunity where there was an opportunity to convert an ecological threat into a biomedical opportunity. So they go out creating a completely new industry, which nobody had thought of, nobody had heard of, and this wasn't easy. And for this industry to come into play, there were many things that had to go right. You needed the right entrepreneurs who were ambitious, a little bit crazy, with a lot of grit. There needed to be a market. There was no point starting something without a market. There was a need for capital, which did not exist. So there was a need to do innovation in finding capital for a new industry. There was a need for partnerships. So the partnerships were created with University of Mauritius, University of Texas, University of Wisconsin, and so many others. And finally, and very importantly, there needed to be a right legislation to make sure this industry was even allowed to take off the ground, right? And that was very critical, because the export of macaques was simply not possible back in the day. So legislation had to be created to allow that to happen. So all these things had to come together in a meaningful manner for this innovation to happen and to go from discovery to a deal. So this was very critical. So that's the first story, the first date. The second date is 2012. Fast forward many years, the industry has become much larger. Mauritius has become a player, but another constraint is found, that the industry was becoming quite large and very critical for the biomedical research industry in the United States. So the company had to then first time go out to the United States and set up a new set of operations. Never been done before. Never a Mauritian company in the history of Mauritius went to the United States in such a large scale way to create an operation out of scratch. So again, a lot of innovation was required, not only to move further, but to survive actually at that point in time. And third date is 2024. And this is when bioculture decided to enter the biomedical research space, to do non-clinical research operations. And as a way of doing that, we had to collaborate again in order to do this further. So we collaborated at that point in time with University of Pennsylvania, which is one of the Ivy Leagues. They were spinning off 2 companies. We'd been working with them for a long period of time. And this center was one of the leading centers in the world for genetic medicine contract research work. And in 2024, a Mauritian company becomes the largest investor, the controlling shareholder in a research organization like that. And again, this beyond the interest of our business, we see this as the future of our business. It was critical for our success. And across the 41 years of journey, the innovation has needed to happen on many fronts, on the scientific front, on the logistics front, on the financing front, on the partnerships front. And this would not have been possible without all the collaboration, not only with the academic institutions, but also the collaboration with the government. So it's all the 3 parties need to come together for something like this to come up. And that's when we go from a new discovery, industry which does not exist, to something that becomes quite sizable, quite meaningful. And at the end of the day, innovation is meant to improve the quality of human life. And that is what a Mauritian company has done on a global scale.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing those. Now we'll move a little bit to Vincent, and at the same time, a more, I would say, complex question, maybe in a way, Vincent, in the sense that you are a professor at University of Mauritius, and you've told us that you're trying your best to mobilize research and industry academic collaboration. But we'd like to hear from you, and based on what everyone have been mentioning, in a very honest manner, what are the good points? Where the happenings are, and what are the gaps and the complexities that you face in being able to mobilize the adequate resources and to be able to bring forward that collaborative framework.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And first, I would like to thank the MRIC to initiate this debate as well. It's the first time I meet our colleagues here in this kind of setting. We already had very interesting discussions. So, a little bit of just to know where I'm coming from. I have 25 years almost at the University of Mauritius now. Next year. I lead a small pool of research which is relatively, let's say, active in publications. Over the years, I work in conservation of biodiversity as well, which is something that the Dodo earlier told us about, the little talk. So basically, there are some barriers, there are some assets as well. I think one other thing I would like just to reflect generally, that Mauritius is really interesting in the sense that we are, in a way, on the edge of the cliff. So that's a big incentive for humans to act, to move forward and find. We are very vulnerable to environmental issues and stuff like that. So innovation, research is extremely important for us, perhaps more so than most other countries. And we need also to do it to compensate for what the minister and then Mr. Ramkalaon also said about the lack of economy of scale that we have. We need to really have quality and a high, something to compensate for this lack of economy of scale. So some of the perspective I'd like to share, many things have already been said, Miriam and all the others. So I was thinking, what am I doing here? I'll join my chair again there because there's not much to say. But yes, I would talk a bit about this experience and some of the issues that we have. I've heard Mr. Ramkalaon say that we have a lot of researchers. It's true. But there are some ifs with that. There are some buts with that. My experience, 25 years at university, it's pretty clear that research the University of Mauritius is a bit leader among the universities in Mauritius, right? But even that is a little bit optional to do research. The mentality is that it is optional to do research. It takes time. A lot of very good things are happening. The National Research Strategy is actually shaping structurally to give punch to the research that we have, to unleash the capacity that we have, among our academics. But we still suffer from many things, like lack of critical mass. The researchers are isolated, and that's one very good thing to have this kind of event instead of 6 or 7 research week from different universities. So that's a very good thing already. But that critical mass is really hurting us. It's like, imagine you're a cyclist and you're doing it alone, or you're doing it in a group of cyclists. You do much better in that group. You're shielded from the wind and stuff. So it's a bit like that. We need to come together to have more collaboration, greater ideas, more punch, more ability to apply for these Horizon Europe funds and stuff like that. So, but the other point I wanted to say as well, just like we just heard from bioculture here, it's a very good example. It's really driven by the need of the private sector coming to researchers. Researchers are creating knowledge. We put the knowledge here, and then people use it or not. So in my field, I see a lot of cases where people are using the research, but unfortunately, in many cases, we are falling short of it. Often, research is seen as one opinion, like another. The research finding, science is seen as such. So that is actually hurting us. It's a bit of a Facebook mentality. Anyone who writes a sentence, a factual, whether factual or not, has the same kind of weight as science. So that is a lack of culture that we have. We need to value research as it should be. We need to collaborate much more. We need to be driven by their needs and come to us and ask us to do things. And the last thing I think we discussed, Miriam and I as well, we are, when you do research at university, it looks like I jumped into this spider web of sticky, very red tape. You get entangled in it. So maybe that is also something that we need to think about, because we we need quality time, we need space, then we can deliver the best. So reducing the red tape is very, very important, bringing together and no matter what the private sector needs. And I think these are some of the ingredients, not all, but some of the ingredients.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. So I think that what we hear, and we pursue the discussion just afterwards, but just to summarize a little bit, is that there is a will from academia and there is a will from the industry to collaborate, but there still seems to be some gaps in terms of the understanding of each other. I think this is one thing. The second thing that you also mentioned is how to create the right framework for research to be done and research that is impactful for the industry. So I think this is the second thing in which we need to deep dive and to fully understand. The third thing that I think it's a few things that came out are the sectors of priority, the sectors which are important for the industry, and also even internationalization. And it also blends in the opportunity as well as the relevance of mobilizing funding. Because you said, I think at some point, for example, mobilizing funding. So when you have industry in link to those projects, when you have potentially an international component, so there are so many, des leviers that we can push forward. So I think those are the positive points, the structural, constructive points that we need to deep dive on. But I think there are also other gaps that we need to see. I think the enterprises here, as well as researchers who are present, but mostly from the industry, I think there could be many more effort that could be done. And you mentioned about red tape, for example. Sometimes complexities in terms of regulatory framework or any other thing, instead of putting the effort on the right productive part, there are so much challenges in terms of regulation or any other thing. So I would like to hear from our interveners, maybe Cedric first of all from your side, what do you foresee as things that can be eased for companies like yours to push even more in that sense?
Thank you, Rishi. I might come back to one thing you said, Vincent, about like you tell me as a businessman, if I have an issue, I come to you to see if you can help. But I don't even know if I come to you or to anybody else. And I don't even know what you're working on. And I don't know what I don't know. I don't know that maybe the egg membrane is something which is of value. So I think we really have to put in place structures so that we get to know each other. You know our challenges. We know your aspirations to be finding something, I hope, because when you search, you find at some point, right? So I'm going back to this idea of really finding a way to put everybody in the same room together, talk. I would be more than happy to share our challenges in different businesses, and from there, ideas would jump. Second thing, Drishti, is that once, this is what I've seen, for example, with CBBR, once we have an idea, it can be quite quick to start working on it. We get some initial results, but then at some point you need to scale up, at least go to a proof of concept level and to be sure it can be industrialized, etc. And there might be something we have to work on together, all of us, to get this step easier to achieve. Sometimes it's financing, sometimes it's contact with other industry leaders. But there's two things for me. First, connect more. And second, this step to be able to move to the next level. Thank you. Tu veux répondre? Tu veux répondre?
Just 1 minute. I think it's exactly this. I mean, and that's why we are here for that, because it's a very good point, actually, because we seem to be running in two parallel kind of corridors and not actually seeing sideways. So we need to have that knowledge of each other And this is why this is very, very important. And at the same time, we need to basically create the space for, for that, to unleash that knowledge and to create that collaboration. So I don't know if we can formalize somehow more regularly than just every year a research week, to have some actual meeting. Someone suggested chair of this and that. This needs to be done, I think. And then we know we have these centers of research in the National Research Strategy. That's going to change many things. But one thing that would take a little bit of time is like research is like a person. You don't get this doctorate straight away. You first are born, and then you grow, you develop. So it takes also time to nurture good researchers. It takes experience.
Thank you, Vincent. I think the enthusiasm that I see in the terms of response, I think definitely this is one point of action that we'll like to pursue with the government on this one and the ministry, of course. And Cedric, you also mentioned about the steps, the proof of concept, the acceleration, the project structuring, etc., which there are so much things that has been done, but it's always improvement and the dynamics changes. So those are definitely aspects that we need to look. We are tightened by time, but I would like maybe to have your broad comments, Vidya and Mehul, and then I conclude with Miriam afterwards. Vidya, maybe from your side.
Thanks. I think we've got all the right components to make us successful into turning research into economic impact and creating enterprises. I mean, how many people know about your story, yeah? I think in the room, do you know what his company was doing? Now, this is the real problem we have, yeah? There are so many things happening in this country. We are a very small country, and yet we don't know. I think that's the first thing we need to address. How to make sure that whatever research is doing, that the private sector, businesses, and the population at large knows about this. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a platform in Europe where all the research that is funded by the EU goes on this list, and everybody can find who is doing what. I think it would be good for us as well to have this, whether this will be with MRIC or HEC, I don't know. But I think this is a starting point. But the real differentiator is that each of these projects need to be connected with a market, with capital, and also with a partnership. And I think this is where everything's going to be. I mean, I can see from what Cedric shared earlier, they're already there. They're already establishing the linkages with universities because they know the value in it. And we do the same, and you do the same. So I don't think that the private sector was kind of sitting behind and kind of not interested. I think it was more on the other side that it took a long time for universities to start thinking about connecting with industry. And I'm pleased that it is now the case that we're working much closely together. But I think our future is connected. I think the other thing also we need to look at is that we are a very small country. We are next to Réunion. With Mauritius and Réunion, we can build a regional research platform. We can create the Indian Ocean Institute for climate and, I don't know, renewable energy. Yeah. Réunion is connected with the EU. They get funding from the EU. We have the mass. We have different industries that they don't have. The combination of the two can bring massive benefit to both countries. And I think these are the linkages I think we need to kind of, and it's already here, guys. We just need a few people to kind of get to meet these guys and say, okay, this is what I have, this is what you have, let's kind of partner. Yeah, I think partnership is the key. I'll just give an example, yeah. We partner with Microsoft, with OpenAI, and with Google. Our products are implemented by the Big Four. We realize that we cannot do it on our own if we want to double our revenue in about 3-4 years' time. So it's about partnership. So our future is linked with partnership. And I think all of us need, regardless of how we've been operating, I think unfortunately we have so many different institutions in Mauritius, and we have created artificial silos, and it makes it more difficult for us to know what's going on the ground. Yeah, I think these are some of the things I think we need to address. Yeah.
Mehul? Thank you so much. I think as a non-Mauritian who considers Mauritius home, I'll try to be more candid, and from my perspective, I think Mauritius has done this before, right? In 1953, MSIRI was set up. It's a clear example of how things were done in a way which was exceptional. Mauritius was at the center of the world when it came to sugar production. The organization had two ambitions. One is technological advancement and one is efficiency. So we've done that before. I believe we've become more complacent. I believe that a little bit of a shake-up is required. I spent a lot of time living in Denmark, in Scandinavia. Again, a very small country, no natural resources, 4.5 million people. And I was in the shipping and logistics industry, and this small country becomes the center of the world when it comes to shipping and logistics. And it's quite amazing to watch so many different companies existing over there, competing with each other every day. But when it came to technology, they all collaborated together. So Dansk Technical University, all the different companies in the sector, and also the government, they came together to create some of the most fuel-efficient engines, to create the best propulsion systems, to create new ship models. And then all these companies who participated took all of that knowledge and built amazing companies out of that. So again, you have this tiny country suddenly becoming at the center of the world because of how they created this tri-party structure together. The same thing with energy. They created something called State of Green. Same thing with food, a company called Food Nation, where academia, industry, and the government comes together to quickly innovate and move fast. So I think we need to, I think there are three things that are required by Mauritius. I think the first one is a need to recognize that R&D is the only way to survive in the new world. There is, innovation is required, and that's not only in science, it's on many different fronts. We are a small country from a land perspective, but we are a big ocean country. And we need to really realize how do we take advantage of this whole ecosystem that we have around us, exactly as Vidya said. And I don't think as a nation we think about it enough. Secondly, we need to get this coordination mechanism right between the academia, industry, and government. There is no point for academia and industry to come together to innovate if the legislative framework does not exist. Our industry, we're doing all the innovation and research, on the scientific front in the United States, because it is very complicated for us to do that in Mauritius. The legislative framework simply does not exist today. The third thing is, I think we need to celebrate success. I think very few entrepreneurs, I would be very surprised if some entrepreneur made $100 million and was on the front page of newspapers, and I don't think it's in our culture to do that. I think they would be more worried about coming on the front page than being on the front page. So either we don't celebrate successes and we don't even reward failures. So I think we need to do a lot of introspection as a nation. We need to realize what kind of a nation we want to create in the future, and then live by it. And I think it's going to be a tough task, but there's no way around it if we want to be a high-income nation.
Thanks, Mehul. Miriam, maybe the concluding remarks to you. You started by mentioning about fragmentation, etc. And we did see today that there are so many things happening, maybe a little bit in silo, and there's also the imperative of working together. So maybe from your side, in trying to give a high-level way forward of what should be our collaboration.
I mean, and I learned it this morning that apparently we are on the brink of setting up a national research and innovation institute with different clusters. And that's what we need. We need national research centers that brings researchers from across all institutions to work on key strategic issues. It's very important that these centers do not just become administrative centers that manage a multiple of grants. These need to be centers where there are high-level academics that are given the time and the means to be able to work on these research projects. It's very important to understand that for a research center to be able to solve small problems or smaller problems for the industry, you need to have accumulated that depth and complexity of knowledge that might not be directly relevant to the industry specific problem, but without that depth and that continuity, these small problems will not be able to be solved by these research centers. So I welcome this announcement. It is essential. Also, I think we need intent. We need intent from the private sector that they want to do R&D. I don't think it's a budget line in a lot of organizations in Mauritius. If it's not a budget line, you're not going to have it. And there's need to be intent on the part of academia as well and government. Knowledge is subject to market failure. It's a public good. Government has to invest in it. It's not going to come alone from the private sector, but we need the private sector as part of the story. Thank you.
Excellent, Miriam. So thank you so much. We had to be quite quick because I know we were quite late on the schedule, but I think that what transpires extremely clear is that the industry is doing research, innovation is part of their everyday, and for academia also, the need for that collaboration is essential. But what seems to be a gap is the structured, the continued conversation for that collaboration to happen and improvement on the framework for that research to happen. I think so in the national research strategy and as well as in the new agency that has to be structured. I think that would be an ongoing conversation and an improvement that will take us, as Kevin mentioned, to the high level, to the next level of our development. So on these words, I'd like to request for a round of applause for our panelists who have been excellent. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much to Dr. Dreshti for this very interactive session and to our panelists as well. Please stand up as we take maybe a group photo before you go back to your seats. J'invite nos photographes à se placer en conséquence, bien sûr, pour avoir une belle photo de groupe. On les applaudit encore une fois, mesdames et messieurs. Dr. Dreshti Ramdani was our moderator for this session, and our panelists were Mr. Cédric Despéville, Mr. Mehul Bhatt, Mr. Vidya Munigan, Associate Professor Vincent Florenz, and Dr. Myriam Blin. Thank you so much for tackling such an important topic. Collaborate to innovate. Pendant le déjeuner et ainsi que les prochaines pauses café, mesdames et messieurs, on vous invite en tout cas, on n'a pas le temps malheureusement pour les questions, mais on vous invite à discuter avec nos panélistes et modérateurs par la suite pendant nos pauses café et notre déjeuner. So ladies and gentlemen, let us move to our next session of this morning. The next session focuses on the critical and highly strategic topic for both research and industry: intellectual property and the commercialization of research in Mauritius, strategic integration of IP into business and research frameworks. We are honored, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Ms. Desi Sharma, partner at SKS Law Associates, India. She came all the way from India to be here, ladies and gentlemen. And Ms. Desi Sharma is a recognized expert in intellectual property law with extensive experience in the life sciences and pharmaceutical sectors. Before we welcome her on stage, I've got one message. One of you, ladies and gentlemen, lost. Alors, c'est une petite montre. Pour celui ou celle en tout cas qui a perdu une montre, venez me voir, je la garderai au chaud ici. So without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Desi Sharma, partner at SKS Law Associates, India.
Good morning to one and all. I am Desi Sharma, Advocate and Patent Agent, SKS Law Associates, India. Thank you for inviting me. I really am... the slide, please. Okay. Thank you. I thank you, the ministers, the honorable ministers, MRIC, the organizing committee, for having me here for this interactive session. I will be talking about the innovation. A lot has been talked about innovation, but what is the next step? The next step is the protection of this innovation. So it is pleasure to be here at the National Research Week as Mauritius navigates its path towards becoming a high-income innovative hub. We face a critical question. How do we ensure that our local ingenuity is not just published but protected? We are talking a lot about publication, but we are not talking about the protection aspect of it. The strategic IP integration is the key answer. It is the mechanism that allows a small island nation to have a massive global footprint. Today, we will explore how we can transform our research cost centers into the asset-generating powerhouses. A research without commercialization is just an philanthropy, and a commercialization without research is short-sightedness. It is the time we bridge the gap. As I was going through the keynote of Honorable Minister Dr. Sharma, he said that, it is written that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Here, I would like to add a phrase that if you want to go far, please take your associated IP along with it. So, IP commercialization from lab to market, turning intellectual property into real-world product, service, and economic value, a global imperative for innovation ecosystem. So I will be going through all these, the fundamentals of IP commercialization, global, local landscape, commercialization life cycle, risk management and compliance, strategic growth initiative, valuation and real world, and a brief about us, the SKS Law Associates. So what is IP commercialization? IP commercialization is a process of converting protected intellectual assets, whether it is a patent, trademark, trade secret, copyright, into market-ready products, licensed technologies, or revenue-generating agreements. Majorly, IP commercialization comes under three heads, that is licensing, which is granting rights to third parties for royalties, spin-offs and startups, which is the creation of new independent companies specifically to exploit or commercialize that particular technology or IP portfolio developed within the parent organization. And the world famous example for the spin-off is the Google, which is a spin-off from University of Stanford. And then assignment, it is like selling outright your IP to the commercial entities. So these are the top 10 patent generating companies. China leads the world in patent volume with 1.5 million filings. Yet this massive quantity does not translate into a real world use. While China dominates the numbers, US remains the leader in turning these ideas into profitable products and services. So although China dominates in volume of the filing, but it is not translating into the commercialization. Only a fraction of patents reach to the market. Despite millions of the patents which are filed annually, only 2 to 5% are ever commercialized into products or licensed technologies globally. The gap between the invention and the impact remains a critical challenge. So majorly 3 million plus patents are filed yearly, out of which only 2 to 5% are commercialized patent, and this commercialized patent contribute to the 2 trillion economy in the world. So now this bar chart illustrates the patent to commercialization conversion rate for the top 10 countries. The US leads with 6.2 conversion rate, followed by Germany, Japan, and South Korea with 4.7% rate of the conversion of their patents into the real products or services. So what makes this is the most important slide, that what makes these countries the leader? These nations combine strong IP frameworks with active tech transfer offices, industry linkages, and government-backed commercial programs. They have a dedicated TTOs in their universities. TTOs stands for Tech Transfer Offices in universities and research institutes. Tech incentives for IP licensing and spin-off, robust venture capital, angel investor networks, and fast-track patent examination for commercial-ready IP. If I talk about how India is dealing with it, So Indian Patent Office is given 80% rebate on filing of any patent which is coming across from universities or an individual inventor or startups or MSMEs. So 80% of fee reduction is being provided by the Government of India. Secondly, if an application is coming from a startup or a university, then a provision of fast track examination is being provided. And then like we are having this conversation and interaction, annually like 7 to 8 interactions are being held in Delhi or Bangalore or Mumbai to make to come forward between the academia and also the industry. So now we talk about the position of the Mauritius. Understanding the current landscape of intellectual property filing provides insight into Mauritius' innovation ecosystem and future potential. As of 2025, 1,850 trademark applications have been filed and 21 patent applications have been filed in Mauritius in 2025. While Mauritius recorded only 21 patent applications in 2025, this represents a steady increase when compared to the previous year. Overall, although the overall number remains low, the rising trend reflects a growing commitment to innovation and intellectual property in the region. So now Mauritius is also signatory to various major IP conventions such as PCT, Madrid Protocol, Hague Agreement, and the recent being the Harare Protocol, which is being signed in 2025 August, positioning it for a significant growth in the IP activity. So here we will discuss about the current strength of the Mauritius, the challenges, and the opportunities for the growth. The current strength is the strong IP legal framework aligned with the international standards, that is WIPO and TRIPS compliant, growing tech and innovation ecosystem in Port Louis and Ebene Cybercity. Mauritius is becoming a regional hub for IP commercialization following its accession to the Harare Protocol in August 2025. Also, MRIC under the IPP scheme provides 50% rebate on the official fee for filing patents and industrial design registration. The current challenges, I think that it is not just the Mauritius which is facing this, also major countries face these challenges when it comes about the protection of the IP. Limited awareness of IP's commercialization among SMEs and researchers, insufficient technology transfer offices in universities and research institutions, low patent filing compared to the global standards, and of course many inventors seek opportunities abroad rather than staying in their own country. Opportunities for the growth. Mauritius is rapidly developing in fintech, biotech, and renewable energy sectors, especially nations' focused efforts in renewable energy present an immense opportunity to create and protect valuable IP asset to build a sustainable future. Now, intellectual property is not a legal hurdle to overcome, it is a financial instrument to leverage, which help us to generate the revenue, create moats, attract investment, enable partnership, and also it is a tangible asset. Here I have used the word moat, which stands for market exclusivity, O for operational freedom, A is the asset valuation, T, technological superiority, and S for the strategic layering. There are multiple layers of protection. A true moat is not about just one patent. It is a combination of a patent, trademark, trade secret, and copyright that work together to surround the core product. So IP is not just like a single step. It is a chain which is linked with various links. This interlocking model demonstrates that commercialization is not a series of independent events, but a connected ecosystem. If a gap emerges at any of the stage, the entire value chain collapses, which is why our strategy should focus on maintaining the integrity of every single link. So whether it is like first invention harvesting, then it is the IP protection, Then, of course, we have to do the evaluation and assessment of what is being protected from time to time, commercialization strategy, market launch, and then its monetization. So along with this, there are a lot of risk which is involved, and to mitigate those risks, it is advisable to conduct these 4 operations when you are dealing with your IP. So first is freedom to operate, to conduct comprehensive searches and legal analysis to confirm that your product or process does not infringe upon any existing third-party patents. This critical step prevents costly litigation and market entry barriers. Second, due diligence. Thoroughly examine the IP asset during mergers and acquisition, licensing, or investment. This involves verifying the validity, scope, and clear ownership, and safeguarding your strategic investment and minimizing the future risk. Enforcement strategy. Develop a clear and actionable plan for addressing the infringement. And of course, the IP audit, identifying which asset, whether it is a patent, trademark, copyright, trade secret, that actually hold the commercial weight. So it should be done on regular basis. Without a robust enforcement strategy, even the most innovative patents can become a mere expensive paper, diminishing their commercial worth. Now, the strategy to enhance the patent commercialization, of course, the challenges that we have discussed is the strengthen the TTOs, equip technology transfer offices, incentive licensing, policy and funding support, and that we are talking about from the morning is industry and academia linkages. There are various websites which are available worldwide, where you can just log in and you can have you can see whether the patent or something which is of beneficial to you, and you can have the commercialization platform over there. These are WIPO, Global Brand Database, Innocentive, PatSnap, Yet2.com, Licensing.com, and Technopack. So they provide a platform for streamlining the process of IP commercialization. So various success stories are already there with regard to the IP commercialization, and I have just listed few. One is the Dolby. Dolby is perhaps the gold standard for IP licensing. Instead of manufacturing consumer hardware on mass scale, Dolby focuses on R&D to create superior audio and video standards. High margin revenue from royalties and a brand that act as a global trust mark for audio quality. Next is the Qualcomm's. Qualcomm's success is rooted in its heavy investment in R&D for mobile communication, such as 3G, 4G, and 5G. They focus on standard essential patents because their technology is fundamental to how mobile network operates globally. Almost every smartphone manufacturer in the world would license to Qualcomm IP to function. They dominate the mobile ecosystem not just through hardware but as an intellectual landlord of the wireless world. Next is the spin-off, which is a spin-off from the University of Florida, which is a Gatorade. Gatorade is a famous example for university technology transfer. It is an energy drink that keeps the footballers hydrated. The university has received over 250 million in royalties since the product's inception, and it has been used to fund countless of research projects and labs on the campus. So along with that, there is also a key aspect is the IP valuation. The accurate valuation is critical for strategic decisions like licensing agreements, mergers and acquisition, and attracting investment. These IP valuations are done on the 3 different approaches like cost approach, market approach, and income approach. So all these approaches are decided depending upon the type of IP you have, and then the valuation of the IP is done. We, the SKS Law Associates, help you with doing your IP audits, IP valuation. So what basically must change to unlock the IP's true value? The gap between the patent filing and commercialization is not inevitable. It is not it is a solvable system platform. Countries that invest in all these 4 pillars simultaneously see the highest conversion rate and strongest innovation economies. And this is the institutional capacity, market connectivity, policy environment, which is one of the most important factors of taking the IP to a greater level, and culture of innovation. So we as the SKS Law Associates, we just don't protect ideas and we help to shape them. We assist in business strategy from the earliest R&D stages to ensure the market viability. We monitor the global filing trends to give you a foresight into where your competitors and the market are moving. We have an extensive experience in conducting FTOs and due diligence. We have techno-legal expertise to cater almost all the areas of technology. We have filed more than 1,500 of patents, more than 2,000 trademarks, 200 plus copyright, with 99% of the grant rate. We are crowned with a lot of recognitions and awards at various levels. So yes, I would like to also bring to your kind attention that MRIC, along with the collaboration of SKS Law Associates, will be placing a questionnaire on the MRIC website. By analyzing these responses, SKS and MRIC will provide a tailored assistance to help the innovators successfully advance their intellectual property. This is just an excerpt from the questionnaire that we are, will be providing on the website soon. So that's it. I appreciate your time and interest in unlocking the true value of intellectual property. In case you have any queries, you can contact us at daisy@skslaw.org. And in case you have any question, I'll be happy to assist you.
Alors, merci pour vos applaudissements. Thank you for this round of applause. Do we have any questions, maybe, for Miss Daisy Sharma? So I know people are quite shy during conferences, but I'm sure they're going to come and have a quick chat with you during lunch for sure. Thank you so much. Very nice presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Daisy Sharma, for this very insightful presentation. I'm sure you will have some questions for her, so do not hesitate to go have a quick chat, ask your questions. Don't be shy. Surtout, ne le soyez pas, mesdames et messieurs. Allez-y, posez vos questions à nos intervenants. Profitez-en d'ailleurs pour peut-être gratter sur certains sujets ou venir titiller un petit peu. N'hésitez pas à le faire. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this enriching first part of our journey, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all our speakers and panelists for their valuable contributions this morning. Your insights have truly set a strong foundation for the discussions ahead. We have more discussions coming up in the afternoon. We're going to move for lunch, actually, a well-deserved break once more. I warmly invite you all to join us where our buffet selection is awaiting. So seize the opportunity to chat and discuss with everybody present, of course. Let's reconvene in the same room in, let's say, 45 minutes approximately. I will be calling you, of course, to come back. And we will have the pitch sessions coming up. We also have a chai and chat in the afternoon, so please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous souhaite à tous et à toutes un bon appétit. Et on se retrouve dans 45 minutes dans cette même salle. Bon appétit, à tout de suite.
wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Same old thing, the same old thing that keeps me around. And if you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone. What was your name again? I've seen so many of them come. Want me just play pretend? All your girls, they just wanna have fun. But it's the same old thing that we all see. Same old thing that keeps me keen. But I just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Same old thing, the same old thing that keeps me around. And if you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone. go. Right, here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic, mix in the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Let's go.
can't wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who wants to run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not running with me. Listen to me, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life won't chase it with you. You can't stop believing in yourself just because somebody in your life won't believe in you. You can't stop chasing the dreams of your life just because when you know when you do it, you're going to have to do it all by yourself.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, j'espère que vous avez pu profiter pleinement du déjeuner. Nous vous invitons à reprendre vos places pour la session de l'après-midi. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that you enjoyed lunch. Please go back to your seats as we're about to resume our afternoon session. Thank you.
Crazy if we decided to stay forever. Decided to stay forever, forever.
Je vous invite à reprendre vos places car la session de l'après-midi va commencer dans quelques minutes.
Slow
gentlemen, welcome back. Please be seated. We're about to start our afternoon session in a few minutes. Thank you.
Decided to stay forever. Decided to stay forever. Forever.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous invitons à reprendre vos places. La session de l'après-midi va commencer dans quelques minutes avec nos pitch sessions. Donc restez avec nous bien sûr. On invite ceux et celles qui sont au fond de la salle, mais n'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher, mesdames et messieurs. Mais on n'entend pas en fait. Il n'y a pas de speaker. Il n'y a pas de speaker. Alors, tous ceux et celles qui sont à l'arrière, n'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher. Ne soyez pas timides, mesdames et messieurs. Ceux et celles qui nous rejoignent à l'instant, merci de prendre place. Nous allons commencer la session de l'après-midi dans quelques minutes. Micro, s'il te plaît. Voilà, super, merci beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, bon retour à vous. Pour ceux et celles qui sont encore debout à l'extérieur, je vous invite à prendre place, mesdames et messieurs, car la session de l'après-midi ne saurait tarder. On va d'ailleurs commencer tout de suite. So I do hope that you enjoyed your lunch buffet outside and that you had the opportunity to recharge, connect, mingle and continue some interesting conversation that we started this morning. And of course, I do hope that you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, for what promises to be a very engaging and enriching afternoon session. Before we move on, a gentle reminder that we do have a chat and chai later on this afternoon, so please stay with us until the end. We're about to kick off our pitch session without any further ado, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Devina Lobin from the organizing team to briefly introduce the concept and structure of this session. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Estelle. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To be nimble with time, I'm going to be very, very brief. So this business pitch initiative has been put forward with the idea to give our young scientists a platform to present their ideas directly to the industry and to turn innovation into impact. So what we have done, we have actually invited masters by research and PhD students from both public and private institutes to express their interest for the pitch session. And from the strong pool of the applicant, the chosen candidate was mentored to refine their pitch ideas. And for next edition, we are hoping to have more candidates, more application, and also hoping that if we can actually extend the call to undergraduate, those undergraduates who has a industry solution. Today, you will hear from 5 of those promising talent. I encourage you to listen, engage, and support them based on what they need. If any of their solutions resonate with you, please reach out to Business Mauritius or MIBL. We will be very pleased to make the connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devina Lobin, for this very quick and short, but very concise and precise speech, ladies and gentlemen. So this afternoon, we shift the focus to the next generation of ideas and innovation with a pitch session featuring student-led projects with strong research and commercial potential. Each participant will have 5 minutes to present their project. I will be timekeeping the session for fairness, of course. It's an important moment, not only to share ideas, but also to explore how these projects can evolve further through guidance, collaboration, and yes, through the right support to help them bring to life. Donc, tendez l'oreille, mesdames et messieurs. On va les entendre dans quelques minutes. Je vous invite à les encourager, à les applaudir. Je pense qu'ils stressent un petit peu, mais voilà, ils sont bons dans ce qu'ils font. Donc, on compte sur votre participation active et votre collaboration. If you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off with our first pitch. I have a pleasure to invite to the stage Ms. Piyusha Devi Emrit from the University of Mauritius to take the floor and present her project, Grisel Membrane. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? So I am Piyusha Emrit Janki from the University of Mauritius, and today I'll be talking about my product, Grisel Membrane. Now, firstly, we all know about water scarcity, water cuts throughout Mauritius, isn't it? Does everyone know this sad reality about Mauritius? Okay, I can't hear any answer. I know you have a good lunch. That's very good. Okay, thank you. So now, we all know that Mauritius is a small island, surrounded by a great maritime zone. So obviously, you would agree with me that desalination has a very good prospect in our small country. Now, for those who doesn't know what is desalination, it is simply passing through seawater through a membrane to get fresh water. But now you would tell me, desalination is an established technology in Mauritius. Many of our hotels use desalination for their own use. Then what is the problem with desalination nowadays? Well, commercially, all membranes used for desalination, they're all petroleum-based, meaning they're all plastic-based. So we all know the drawbacks of using plastic. This is where Grisel membrane comes into play. It has been made in the context of sustainability and circular economy. You won't believe the secret ingredient of the Grisel membrane is actually banana waste trunks. Banana waste trunks which are normally left in the field to rot. This is actually my secret ingredient. Using only a 4-step process, and this is how I get my Grisel membrane. Well, you would tell me, okay, what's the magic with Grisel membrane? What's so special with Grisel membrane? Well, firstly, it is 115. It has a higher water throughput as compared to a commercial membrane, not to any other, but to a commercial membrane, it has 115 higher water throughput. Also, it is comparable to a commercial membrane. It is 96% efficient. Also, with Grisel membrane, we have 95% energy savings, meaning Grisel membrane uses 95% less energy than a commercial membrane. Now, of course, we are all interested with the economic aspect. As you can see, Grisel membrane is 80% cheaper than commercial membrane. So this is where I'm close to my end. My ask to you, dear people, from the private sector, from the public sector, is collaboration. Collaboration from me to be able to test Grisel membrane on a pilot basis. I thank you all for your kind attention. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Miss Piyusha Devi Emrit, for the first speech. Ça fait toujours un petit peu peur, en fait, de commencer. Mais en tout cas, elle s'est très, très bien débrouillée. Est-ce qu'on peut faire encore un tonnerre d'applaudissements? Everything has been said, and I think you might have people coming your way after this presentation, maybe during a coffee break. So if you want to have a chat with Piyusha, do not hesitate to get in touch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's now move to our second pitch, and I have a pleasure to invite to the stage Miss Bibi Warda Jumbokus from the University of Mauritius to present her project, Nutrasphere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our next speaker. Applause.
Well-being, who doesn't want it? Yet today, one of the biggest silent drivers of non-communicable diseases is something we don't feel or see every day, which is chronic inflammation. It silently drives heart diseases, diabetes, cancer, and many other conditions that are putting huge pressure on our health system and on our economy. Reducing chronic inflammation is therefore not only a medical priority, but it is a social and economic necessity. Today, I'm not here with another generic supplement, but with an innovative platform, Nutrasphere. Non-communicable diseases are rising every year, and inflammation is a key driver. People are buying more and more health products than ever, but many are based on generic ingredients, easily copied, and the active compounds are frequently poorly absorbed or unstable, meaning that the body doesn't get the full benefit. At the same time, here in our region, we have seasonal, underutilized fruits that are naturally rich in good compounds, often wasted or undervalued, and almost absent from nutraceuticals on the market. Well, that's a gap, and that's our opportunity. One among the products that I'm going to present to you today is a nano-emulsion developed called Firel. Well, the nano-emulsions were developed using 5 seasonal underutilized fruits and moringa oil. To explain it simply, what is a nano-emulsion? It is like the concept of sagu. Imagine, instead of big droplets that are separated and wasted, you have ultra-fine, stable droplets that help the beneficial compounds to stay protected and become easier for the body to use. In the formulations, when we converted the food extracts with moringa oil into very small emulsions, the antioxidant potential shot up around 100 times. So we are not just adding fruit and moringa to a product, we are engineering how the benefits could reach the body. Now, what makes our product unique? First of all, we are using underutilized tropical fruit and transforming them into premium science-backed ingredients. We have the synergy of the moringa oil. Also, we have the nanotechnology, which gives smaller droplets, higher stability, better protection, and delivery of good compound. And also to add, we have a patent in process. And this is just a start. Along the nano-emulsion, we have already developed infusions with strong anti-inflammatory potential from these fruits. So nano-emulsion is just the flagship, but behind there is a pipeline of future nutraceuticals waiting to be marketed. Now, why it beats typical competitors? First of all, it is not based on a buzzword ingredient, nor on packaging or simple marketing strategies. Instead, we compete on formulation, function, enhanced bioavailability and stability, and we build on local and sustainable resources. So now for our business model, the nutraceutical is expected to double between 2025 and 2034. This creates a favorable environment for launching a new and high-efficacy platform like Firel. We can start by supplying Firel as a branded functional supplement, or we can co-develop anti-inflammatory product with existing brand. Today, my ask is very simple and concrete: pilot scale production, a strategic partnership, and co-branding or licensing opportunities. So the core idea is not just what we use, but how we deliver it. So in a nutshell, I've shown you how a fruit can turn from underutilized to high value. We have new value chains for local agriculture and health and wellness industry, and also the nano-immersion technology acts as a differentiator. In addition, we are not proposing only a single product, but a platform. Mauritius has its biodiversity, we have the science. Now we need the industry for partnership to create value. To conclude, from overlooked seasonal fruits to high-value performance nano-immersion, Firel is tropical science designed to calm everyday inflammation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bibi Wanda Jambokas, for this presentation called NutraSphere. So, same as the first one, I'm sure you must have questions. Ladies and gentlemen, do not hesitate to get in touch accordingly. Let's move on to our third pitch session. We'll now continue with Mr. Mohamed Emad Wahidna from the University of Mauritius, who will present his project called Deep Solaris. Let's welcome him without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your presence. I'm Eman Wahidna, a PhD student from the University of Mauritius. So let me start by saluting the government's initiative and that of the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities. Their decision to massively increase the number of PV systems across the island during the next 2 years is a very commendable effort. However, there is one, let's say, limitation or challenge which we have got to consider. The limitation is that solar energy is highly unpredictable. It fluctuates continuously, and this directly affects the output of PV system. So therefore, there is high uncertainty associated with the use of PV panels. So imagine Mauritius being in such a situation where there is no electricity and blackout in the country. So I'm sure it would be really problematic for each and every one of us, because electricity is the most basic necessity in life. So let's see, how do we overcome this challenge? So I propose a solar PV focused solution known as Deep Solaris. This solution uses advanced AI models to accurately focus solar or PV power in the future. So here, accuracy is a key factor. If the focus are not accurate, it serves no purpose. Uniqueness of the solution. Firstly, we have instant results. They are very quick to generate. And secondly, Deep Solaris issues focus with very minimal cost. We do not need huge technical equipments like satellites or sky imagers. It's purely computerized, and the only requirement is historical data. Next. Let's look at a real focus example from my PhD study. So as you can see, the orange lines represent the focus data, and the blue lines are the actual data in the future. In this example, focus are being done for 1 week ahead in the future. So generally, the focus are very accurate. However, there is a slight overestimation during the first 3 days, and the remaining 4 days are very accurate. So what are the values and benefits of an accurate focus? Firstly, better energy planning. Secondly, reduced energy wastage. And thirdly, lower operational costs. To conclude, as we have seen, there is huge potential in deep Solaris, which needs to be exploited. It is a very efficient and low-cost solution. So my ask to the industry would be access to historical solar or PV data. This would help me massively to further increase the accuracy of my focus, since AI models excel with more data. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohamed Eman Wahidna, for this great presentation on Deep Solaris. Totalement d'actualité en plus, n'est-ce pas, pour les coupures d'électricité, entre autres. So thank you very much. Let's move on to our full pitch of this afternoon. May I invite Mr. Xavier Gaston Hervé Koenig from the Université des Mascareignes to present his project on natural capital accounting and modeling for sustainable land use planning and real estate development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next speaker to the stage.
Bonjour à tous, good afternoon. So this is my topic for today, which is increasingly relevant in the scope of development and land use, accelerated urbanization and so on in Mauritius and beyond. Because in recent years, there's an increasing awareness that we derive benefits as a society and economy from ecosystem services. Ecosystem services is basically water, soil, food, materials for construction, water filtration, climate regulation, and so on. It's what allows us to live on this planet. But this is dependent on ecosystems' extent, how much there is, in what condition it is, and its characteristics to be able to deliver these services. So we have since 2021 a global standard for quantifying this. It is called the UN System of Environmental Economic Accounting, and this has been the subject of my research in Mauritius. So this goes beyond simply land cover, which, by the way, we didn't have an official map since 2005. So through my work, we have mapped land cover from in 2010 and 2020, and through a specific process determined how much of which ecosystems, which you can see listed here, we have. So this is the extent. And the next aspect is ecosystem condition. So is this degraded? Is this ecosystem in good health? So a dry ecosystem is not a degraded wet ecosystem. Okay, so we have all these parameters to compute an ecosystem condition index, which has been done for Mauritius. The application I want to talk to you about today is in the scope of land use and real estate development, with a case study of the Fene estate, which has accepted to be this case study. So this has, I've employed 3 scenarios, one which is do nothing. The orange here is sugarcane. Then you have forests, these are mountain crests and pastures. So the do nothing scenario is, as the name says, do nothing, keep going. The second one is urbanization through quite a mainstream smart city model, which has commercial and residential components, some sugarcane remaining, and also, because everyone wants to do the right thing, some reforestation corridors that you can see are not present here, and so on. Okay? And finally, the project that TEN actually is implementing is an agro-residential project, which is including agroforestry, orchards, farming mandatory for buyers, etc. So the impact on this can be quantified by the indicators I showed just before and modeled, so for future scenarios. We can see that it's segmented here. The actually worst thing for the environment in terms of ecosystem condition is to do nothing, is to leave it as it is. It's already very degraded. Doing a business as usual smart city model marginally increases, you can see that it's a little bit better. So that's good news. And the agro-residential model is markedly better. Now this is one thing. This is interesting because you could say, oh, well, with more built-up area, with more land sold, etc., we maximize financial returns, and we don't even degrade the environment. Perfect. Tick all the boxes. But if we do an ecosystem service valuation over 25 years, so from now to 2050, we can see that if we were keeping business as usual, now we've separated value to business and to society. Value to business is whatever comes into revenue for the business. Value to society is what goes on the market and is for everyone to purchase and enjoy. So you can see the scale here. This is in US dollars for 25 years net present value. And this would be the smart city model where you can see a huge increase in business value through real estate. Okay. Now, the value to society has decreased because there's less agricultural land, it's been converted, and this is negative here, the little black bar, negative actually emissions, so negative carbon climate effect, and we've halved the societal value. In the last scenario, we can see from the scale, attracting your attention here, we have about half the value that would be realized here, but we've tripled societal value because we have now food crops, we have net carbon sequestration, we have more restoration, etc. The different ecosystem services are shown here. So it's one thing to say that we are maximizing and we are not degrading the environment, and it's the next, probably the most better thing you would agree, is to even increase societal value, because land may be private, but the services that society derives from land can be felt beyond the boundaries of the private estate. So this is a method to quantify environmental impact, but also what is called inclusive growth, is perhaps thrown around as inclusive growth. So this is a solution that can be implemented in many places for transparency and to communicate to different stakeholders, because different stakeholders will have many different interests, and this increases accountability as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation, Mr. Koenig. We will now hear the last presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I have a pleasure to call on stage Miss Arusha Jitan to present her project, Murray Heart, actually. Murray Heart. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everyone, I'm Arusha and I'll be speaking about my research project called Murray Heart. Your heart is a pump, and just like any pump, oh my God. Your heart is a pump, and just like any pump, it needs fuel to keep running. That fuel is oxygen-rich blood delivered via vessels called the coronary arteries. When fatty deposits build up in the coronary arteries, we have what we call coronary artery disease, CAD. Every year, 9 million people die from CAD, making it the biggest killer of humanity. In Mauritius alone, it accounts for nearly 1 in every 5 deaths. And this burden is increasing because of our lifestyle. Today, the diagnosis of CAD is either via an invasive angiography or a CT scan which takes an expert hours to interpret. This is too slow and too expensive, and this is exactly the gap that AI can close. We are building a system that can take in CCTA scans of the heart and automatically detect where fatty deposits are in coronary arteries and quantify how blocked these arteries are. And in this system, there are 4 things that set it apart. First, it is built on a deep learning architecture with attention mechanisms. Attention mechanisms being the secret sauce behind LLMs we have today, such as Claude and ChatGPT. Second, it speaks the language of clinicians. That is, it follows the standard clinical reporting guidelines. Third, it is a fully explainable system. That is, this system will not just tell you that this person has CAD or not. It is able to highlight where the fatty deposits are and quantify how blocked an artery is. And last but not least, this system is being built for us Mauritians, taking into account our unique cardiovascular profile. The vision of this system is clear. We will be the first CAD diagnostic system that is fully explainable, that meets the clinical standards, and that is built for Mauritius. To make this a clinical reality, we are seeking 2 things. The first being hospital partnerships, because we need sample Mauritian data to fine-tune our model. And the second one, we would appreciate to have expert guidance to guide the deployment phase of this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jitten, for this 5th pitch. And you're also from the University of Mauritius, so thank you so much. Let's give a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They had the courage to come on stage to present their projects, and we do hope that you're going to be responsive as well. As mentioned, do not hesitate to get in touch. They mentioned how they might need you to be able to launch their projects, so we count on your participation. So ladies and gentlemen, now that we've heard all our presenters with their quality ideas, innovation, research-driven projects that they've been able to share with us this afternoon, we would also like to thank Dr. Devina Lobin and the organizing team for their support in shaping this session. Can we have a big round of applause as well for the team? It has been a hard work. I know it has been hard-working sessions. And voilà, je sais que vous avez travaillé très dur en tout cas pour rendre tout ça possible, donc merci pour cela. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, these projects are open to discussion, collaboration and potential support, and as mentioned, I would encourage you to engage with the teams. We now move to our next session of the afternoon, which opens up a broader and forward-looking conversation on emerging areas of innovation. This session is titled The Next Innovation Frontier. It will explore how new scientific domains, investment models, and applied technologies are shaping the next phase of economic growth, both globally and for Mauritius. We are joined this afternoon by 3 distinguished speakers. From the field of bioinnovation and pharmaceutical R&D, we have Dr. Claire Blazy-Josek, Group CEO at the Centre International de Développement Pharmaceutique, la CIDP. Merci de l'accueillir sur la scène, mesdames et messieurs. Sans plus tarder, allez-y, vous pouvez nous rejoindre. Dr. Claire will be joined by Mr. Fabrice Boulet, founder and managing partner for Equitable Ventures, who will speak on the role of venture capital in scaling innovation and supporting research-driven entrepreneurship. And joining us from Singapore, we have Mr. Juan Pablo Ramirez Angeloni, Chief Executive Officer of Epitite, I hope, Epitite Corp, who will share insights on satellite data and applied technologies and their impact on environmental and economic system. The session will be moderated by Mr. Raj Makund, Program Director at Eclosia Group. Let's welcome him without any further ado. So ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. Have a nice session.
It's working? Good. Well, welcome to our session. We have the presentation made by our colleague, and that will give us time. We have about 45 minutes, and we have to cover a quite challenging topic in terms of the next frontier of innovation. We have 3 distinguished practitioners, and that will be for us very important to get their perspective. In our discussions for this session, we thought that there will be 3 main dimensions to the next innovation frontier in terms of policy regulatory that Dr. Claire will cover. Then there is also the dimension of technology, which we thought that Juan Pablo will cover. But we need resources, and for that we need also Fabrice, who will look at the whole issue of financing on the frontier of innovation. So without much ado, Claire will start the session. I know it's a session after lunch, quite heavy, but I'm sure that Claire will keep you up, and that's very important. Claire, you have the floor for about 7 to 8 minutes.
Thank you, Reg. Thank you, everybody, to be here. First of all, I would like to present myself. I am Claire Blasi-Josac, Group CEO of CIDP. CIDP is a contract research organization located in Mauritius. We started our activity in 2004. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I am pharmacist and I co-found CIDP. CIDP is a CRO. We perform research and development activity for cosmetic, pharmaceutical and medical device. We operate in Mauritius and in 4 other affiliates around the world, but Mauritius is the headquarters, and we perform clinical research, preclinical activity, biostatistics and data management, and scientific and medical writing. Thank you. And when we open the center in Mauritius, the objective is to focus on quality to attract research in Mauritius. And it's very important to have the same level of quality compared to our competitor in EU, US, or Asia. We are certified ISO 8001 is a certification for quality management system, and we are certified 27001. Is the IT security certification is very important because we manage a lot of data when we conduct research and clinical research. It's very important to give the guarantee to our international laboratory in terms of cybersecurity. Mauritius is the headquarters, and we open all affiliates in India, in Romania, in Bucharest, in India, in New Delhi, and in Rio, in Brazil. We are registered FDA to perform clinical research for US market, and we have EcoVadis Silver Awards and Gold Awards. It's very important when we open affiliate in the country to have a positive impact for employees, for environment, and for community. We are 60 based in Mauritius and 100 around the world. And it's very important to highlight that Mauritius is the headquarters, and we perform all supporting services in Mauritius. We are involved in 2 fields of interest: cosmetology. We evaluate efficacy of sun care, hair care, makeup, nutraceutical product, and we are involved in pharmaceutical field with some clinical study performed in diabetes, cancer, and dermatology. We perform preclinical research. We have an in vitro laboratory located in Mauritius, and we perform ex vivo study on skin and hair. We are a laboratory, we have a laboratory biosafety level 2, where it's a state-of-art equipment. We perform anti-inflammatory study, DMA lineage, stress evaluation, a lot of in vitro evaluation. Mauritius has already transformed itself through tourism, textile, financial services. I think the topic of the discussion today is, could the next frontier come from biology, health, and advanced science? And how we can work together with public and private sector, because we have a lot of potential in Mauritius. And the objective maybe is to elaborate a roadmap to work closer together with the government, because it's important to have a strong regulation, to perform research with university and with private sector, because the objective is to add value and to go to the commercialization. Why Mauritius as a hub of innovation? Mauritius is an innovative economy in South Africa, according to the Global Innovation Index. We are very well established in terms of clinical trial, in terms of healthcare infrastructure. In terms of clinical and preclinical research, why Mauritius as a destination? Because we have a multi-ethnic population. We can develop protocol on Asian population, on Indian population, African population, and Caucasian population. It's a huge advantage to have access to all diversity in terms of skin, in terms of hair. We have a lot of common diseases as diabetes, cancer is an advantage to conduct this type of study and to work closely with the physician to give access to Mauritian patients to new drug and new treatment. I think it's an advantage for the country to work together on this field. In Mauritius, the population is very well educated with bilingual, French and English, and favorable time zone with the EU is an advantage to work with the EU, with India. And the healthcare infrastructure is well developed, and we have airline connectivity is important too, because when we receive investigational product, is important to have a well-connected country, and is the same to send to ship sampling, because when we conduct clinical research is just a part of the research development, and the majority of the time is necessary to send the sampling to a central lab, and with well connected, very well connectivity is an advantage. The roadmap for research to market is very important to increase valorization of innovation through more university industry partnership, better support for startup, easy access to venture capital, faster proof of concept funding, and more collaboration between researchers, regulatory body, and business leader. Actually, at CIDP, we are working with a key opinion leader located in India, in France, and for each publication where we mention Mauritius, we put the highlight and the emphasis on Mauritian research. It's very, very, very important to work together. one point is to have a very strong regulation, because when industry contact CIDP or Mauritius to perform research, the first question is, do you have a regulation? Do you have a timeline? Because when we conduct research, it's very important to save time, to go faster to the market. And when you have a guideline and when you say you will obtain the clinical approval in 60 days, it's very important to follow and to guarantee that you will have the approval in 60 days. Because the reputation of Mauritius is not just CIDP, but is the whole ecosystem. Yes, the delay in approval can discourage investor and international partner. Long response time for dossier can hold back clinical study and innovation. And it will be good to have a smoother and faster decision making when we want to work together with private and public sector. I think it's very, very important. If we want Mauritius to attract more clinical research, innovation project, we need a system and a regulation clear, predictable, and efficient. I think it's very, very important. When approval process takes too long, its delay is not only for research, it's for job, it's for commercialization, and for the global ecosystem. The missing link, I think it will be important to discuss and maybe to try to elaborate the roadmap and the next chapter. I think it's, in my perspective, we can put the emphasis on 2 or 3 fields as cancer, diabetes. I think it's an important point if a Mauritian patient and physician can have access to new treatment in diabetes and cancer, and if Mauritian patients have the good criteria to be part of clinical research, if we can give the opportunity to investigator, physician, Mauritian patient to be part of clinical research, I think is an advantage for Mauritian population. To have a stronger collaboration is needed between research, public hospital, because sometimes it's necessary to have access to a patient in public, and it's complex to have the authorization. I think we can attract more and more clinical research and research project if we have together a strong partnership, and maybe to develop a structured platform for matching and collaboration will help bridge the gap. Often a private don't know who to contact and how to initiate partnership. Mauritius have excellent institution, and congrats everybody for the great job, but we need better connection between them. Chercheurs, public hospital, and private sector should not work in silo. We collaborate, the faster we can move from idea to real solution. It will be better for all. And the Raj request to us to encapsulate the session with one maybe sentence. And the future is not only digital, I think the future is biological. And if you together we can discover, develop and commercialize, I think it will be good for everybody. And we can create high-value job, attractive international company and investment. I think we can put Mauritius on the map on the global research, because we have very motivated talent, and I am very happy at CIDP Mauritius to work with the young generation to create the new future for Mauritius. It is not only digital, it's biological too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Just before I move on to one, I see policymakers in the room, I see researchers, I see private sector institutions, public sector companies. I think it's very important, I think the message of Claire, to be able not to work in silos. That's extremely important. If we want to innovate, we have to connecting ideas for change. Right, now we move can we have the next one? Yes.
There we go.
Okay, right. One, you have the floor. You will share with us your insight with respect to technology, how it will help for innovation, restricting cost, and also time to be able to innovate. Please,
Right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I need to deviate a little bit from the biological and digital, so I'm going to talk about the digital. But the idea is that we do have, yes. Yes, and that's exactly what we try to do, right, is to enable technology to help the people to come with the solutions that they need. In the case of Mauritius, I was really surprised when I started to contact a few years ago, is that they have a very well-developed space industry. And the reason why we bring a space is because space is one of those things that is science fiction, right? It's hard to obtain, it's expensive, satellite images are something that we see for other countries. But that is not really the case. And that's what we're trying to provide, is that by enabling AI or enabling technologies that are currently on, we can use the resources to bring innovation, to bring solutions that can work on the market at the moment. So in this case, I want to actually target a couple of things like food resiliency, right? Understanding that Mauritius has between 70 and 75% of the food is imported. So that actually creates that any industry that you have producing food in the country is critical infrastructure, right? It needs to be cared of, and basically it needs to be empowered as much. So without knowing it, and with the effort of open programs like would be in Europe or NASA, we do have the sensors, right? We do have the data that has been there for years. So we have between optical data that can help us out with different projects. So what you will see actually on the screen, right, and that's what we're trying to obtain, is actually doing what it will be a vegetation index on the byland. And we can do it through the lapse of time by actually doing very easy and quick analysis, right? We can remove clouds, so we can actually have that, and we can map different parts of the byland, the index, and the vegetation. And I want to actually put it as a point. This does not have to cost a lot of money. This is something that can be achieved in a couple of weeks instead of the months of deployments and months of study, and bring the experts in order to analyze that. So the same happened with everything that is crop detection, right? Crop detection and how that crop is doing, right? How we can do it on sector by sector. Today we heard one of the pitches speaking about what it will be doing a census of the land and trying to understand what is the economics of that. And this from satellite images and the last 40 years, and we do actually have agreements with the India Space and Research, right? In which we have the Mauritius, the MRIC has been working and obtaining these images. So technically, the images are there to be exploited. But in the past, this cost a lot of time. This cost a lot of resources, a lot of sensors, and getting to a report was hard. It was actually time consuming and resources. Now we can do that within a week. And that's why I'm saying that last week we were talking about this, and we talk about food, and we talk about crop detection, and we talk about that. And that the day after that, I launched this analysis on the land, and this is something that I can show today. Now, of course, we need the experts to come and make sense of this and help and provide it, but that's what the platform is for. And everybody remembers actually the disaster in 2020, and if we had this technology available, we could actually have predicted oil plumes coming in and out within 5 days, within 3 days, right? So we can alert the population, create the measures to do it, and minimize the ecological damage. And actually, last 2 years ago, what it was the economical impact of the cyclone that affected, right, as Belal, and you can see the pre-cyclone, the during and aftermath, and how that increased the water on the land and how that affected. So that creates enormous amount of opportunities, not only for the disaster management, to crop management, to land, to the parcel, the census, to economical values and monitoring, which is the most important. So what we try to do all the time by bringing the technology in it, the typical cycle with all these technologies actually are very expensive imagery, but at the same time is the acquisition. We sort it out, we process it, we analyze it, we interpret, and then finally we report. And the report needs to be researched again and investigated and distributed. Now with the platforms like ours, or what we can do is minimize that within an hour, 1 day, or 2. So what that means is that we can react faster to events, but at the same time, it has more capabilities to cover more, right? You no longer need a battalion of people going after and trying to do a census and trying to do different things. You can do it within just a few minutes. And that is really important when it comes, right? Instead of spending millions of dollars in this, you can reduce that into a couple of 100,000 or more and focus on just the people, right? Just the people that will learn and they will benefit from it, right? So this is actually something that I want to mention, that is, this is all operational today. So the use cases are there, the necessity is there. What I want to convey in here is that the technology sounds scary, sounds unattainable, sounds something that we cannot really obtain because the space is complicated, because some industry is high tech. But in all reality, the technology is there. We just need the people that comes and use it and start to minimize those times and hence the resources so we can save this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure there will be a number of questions to the two speakers. Once we complete with Fabrice, who look at the role of venture capital, but when we discuss, we're looking at more of the financial ecosystem to facilitate next innovation. Please, so we are making it more difficult for you. Fabrice, go ahead.
No, thanks. So first, Raj, I would like to ask you, are you a fan of Liverpool?
A fan of?
Liverpool.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm very sad for you, because next year Liverpool, as you know, is losing about 30% of its key players.
No, but
Mo Salah.
No, I'm a fan of Liverpool, but my best team is Manchester United.
Okay. So for the true Liverpool fans, I'm very sad to say that you're losing some key players. And, you know, this is talent drain. And the same happened to the big four in Mauritius, where locally qualified accountants are leaving the country. So I won't compare our ecosystems to Liverpool or Manchester United, which are the top notch, but very rapidly for those who know football, I would compare quickly Mauritius to Leicester City. You know, this underdog who for many years worked on their local talent with a very tiny budget, recruited a coach, Claude Ranieri, and for many, many years climbed the ladder to win the English Premiership. So I think this is an important analogy to say that we don't have to be the biggest, have the most the biggest budget, but we can start from with what we have. So I'm Fabrice, I'm Mauritian. I've been working in investment for the past 15 years and also in incubation and acceleration in Mauritius. And over the past 15 years, I have 3 observations that I'd like just to share with you before quickly going to the solution. But people can't raise capital in Mauritius. Small entrepreneurs, but also large entrepreneurs. Conglomerates find themselves with a lot of subsidiaries that they are not financing, but they don't find any private equity firms to buy those companies and develop them. Very good general managers can't raise capital, buy back the company and develop that company. Well, through Turbine, but also at La Plage, our best entrepreneurs find it difficult to raise money. So this is something quite entrenched in Mauritius for the past 15 years. And then most of the people go to the bank and raise a loan, but this is not innovation money. It's actually some sort of a prison. It's great, but it's not ideal. The second observation is obviously the talent drain. Somehow, without innovation and without more competition, the young people in Mauritius are going out of Mauritius. They don't find it competitive, attractive, they don't see a lot of opportunities, so they go to Malta, Luxembourg, Guernsey, or sometimes elsewhere as well. And we have, we have all experienced that. Also, another observation is that my friend working in the wealth industry usually tell their clients, very high net worth individuals, send your money, send your savings, send your dividends away from Mauritius, in hard currency and in more stable environment. And all of this is capital drain. So the capital leaves, the talent leaves, the currency weakens as well, and it's harder to stay or harder to see ourselves as well as being the next Leicester City. Well, and the third one is that, and I think it's very important to my point, innovation is not just research, it's not just startups, it's also conglomerates, digitalization, adoption of AI, it's, old entrepreneurs, if I may say so. And we need to finance all of the companies of Mauritius to compete, and for the young guys to challenge the incumbents, and for the incumbents to protect themselves. And this friction will be called innovation. So, and what is missing is that our financial center, where we see billions of dollars going through Mauritius and leaving the country, and even our billions of rupees are leaving the country, we should try to keep it in Mauritius, okay? We should do it ourselves as individuals. We should see more of the corporate money reinvested, not as dividends, but into productivity. We should try to aim to reach the average of the OECD of pension fund allocation towards private money. We have some example in South Africa, in Canada, and obviously neighboring countries which are doing that. So what could be interesting is to have, a powerful belief and a powerful act to actually direct the savings, our savings, towards our country, towards our innovation, attractiveness, and competitiveness. So what I'm saying here today are just 3 institutions or mechanisms that will direct that, not at a high cost for the government of Mauritius, because it will mainly provide first loss mechanism, and I can explain, to the investors, but then, direct this with local private debt managers, accredited, vetted, trained, private equity investors for, large SMEs, large enterprises, and obviously venture capital, which is higher risk, but you can finance those entrepreneurs. Not all this money will just finance Mauritius for Mauritius, but Mauritius expanding, like Sweden, went to Europe, we could go to the neighboring continent. And when we do that, we also have this prerequisite of having a co-investor. We have DFIs, we have other pension funds, we have global investors who are looking for, structures that are seeded, that are funded, and they are happy then to come and to finance those. So it is a state effort. And just to, yes, great. And once again, it's not a magic formula. It's something that I've worked. It's something that, and I've made researchers for that. It worked in Singapore, it worked in Israel, it worked in France. It all started with a government through different structures, but directing pension fund towards the local economy. And as you can see, the leverage effect can be fantastic, not only into financial KPIs for the GDP growth or for the fiscal revenue, but also for what it means for ourselves as players into this team. We want to win, we want to lead, but sometimes we also have to train and to do more. So this is what I think could be very interesting for all of us in the room today. And the floor is yours, Raj. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Fabrice. I mean, you raise a number of points, and I know that there are some people in the floor that probably may ask questions or may challenge the use of some pension funds and the risk that. We'll come to that. Time-wise, we have 10 minutes for questions and answers. Good. Thank you, Zaira. The boss, he says yes. And so you are okay, Tishan. Now, we'll open definitely to the floor, but I would like to come with a second round of questions for each one of you, and please give us very short answers. The first one is to Claire. When you said that in terms of the regulatory, the missing links, and what can be done, what would be the trigger for us to move to that higher level in terms of the regulatory part? What, according to you, you've been operational here, you see the potential, and you've mentioned a number of good things, and you mentioned the missing link. Is there anything very specific, precise, that you think policymakers would have to do to trigger for us to go to the next level in the whole field of biotechnology?
In terms of regulation, yes, to reduce the need to give authorization. I think it's game changer compared, for example, a research platform in France or the rest of the EU. I can just give you an example. I have a sponsor contacted me to conduct a project in Mauritius because in France, the DD... sorry. Do you hear me? Yeah. Yes, sorry. I can give you an example. Yes, a sponsor contacts CIDP. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the sponsor contacted me. He said me, I would like to set up a quick, very quick and study in Mauritius because the DD in France is very long, and we can start before to have the first result. The first part of the study will be in Mauritius, and we sign the contract, we submit the file to the CRC. Is the period where we have a change of government, and we have a delay to have the answer and to obtain the clinical authorization. And during, yes, it's too long, and the sponsor obtains the approval in France, and the sponsor say me sorry, but I don't conduct the study in Mauritius because I have already the approval in France, and I can in UK, and I can conduct the study in Europe. And we have advantage because the delay is just 16 days in Mauritius. And we can start with a part of the panel in Mauritius. It's game changer to have a short delay. But if we don't follow, it's impact for the ecosystem and for research in Mauritius, because the next time the sponsor say, oh, okay, but in Mauritius it's 60 days, but the real delay is 3 or 4 months. And for me, it's good to have a strong regulation, but when you say 16 days, it's necessary to respect
the time. Thank you, Claire. Definitely, and I see MRIC, I see Business Mauritius, I see MBIL. So there are lots of parties that can take that up and see how do we move forward. My one question and shorter reply in terms of, you mentioned about, had we been able to know what would the movement of the oil from Wakashu, we could have moved faster. Why we didn't have it, and how do you think we can solve it? Is it a matter of organization? Is it a matter the disaster system in Mauritius is not equipped? What can we do to prevent that from happening again?
So that's a good question.
I always come with good questions.
I will try. Yes, you do. So I think that I got shorted out with trust the technology and train your people.
Yeah,
that is the main thing, is trust new technologies and train your people, because the new generations know that these tools are there, but they don't know how to enhance and
make it
and
happen.
the older generations don't trust the technology enough to leave them to the new ones. So it says train your people, keep them trained and educated, and bring tools. And don't believe that technology is magic. It's easy to implement. We just need the willpower. So that will be
great. Fabrice, pensions. Why isn't happening? The risk is high for part of pensions to be invested in venture capital, but you said very small bit of it. Before we open to the floor, I'm sure answers will come. What, according to you, is it a policy issue, or is it an issue which has to be canvassed in terms of putting a little bit of that fund for innovation to de-risk?
I think it's the IBM issue. You know, there's a saying that says, no, IBM.
Oh, IBM, okay.
If you have to select a technology provider, always choose the safest so you won't get fired.
Yeah.
So don't invest in Mauritius if you don't want to get fired.
Okay. Right. Okay, there were some of these points I thought were good to get their perspective. We have about 7-8 minutes now for some discussion, for some questions from the floor. Please feel at ease and shoot, and we will try to answer. Okay? Claire, at least, will be the first one to answer. Right. Any question? I heard someone.
Alors, est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Yes, Mr. Badal.
On va donner un micro au monsieur.
Mr. Badal. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't need to introduce me, so I'm Reza Badal. I'm listening to your presentation with very much interest in terms of, sorry, I have a sore throat. My voice is having difficulty to come out. With regards to your activity in Mauritius and doing some preclinical research, I understand that. We had the opportunity through MIBL to try to develop the marine sector in terms of looking at some potential for marine organism that could have some bioactive component. And some of the biggest issue we were having is how do we link up in terms of getting the right industry? And of course, there was a kind of a bridge that we need to cross from research to have these active compound once discovered. How do we make them become patentable? So is your company involved in such kind of activities? Or if not, do you foresee something that, at least for Mauritius, that we can bridge that missing component? I know it's a tough one, but at least some sense of direction when it comes to pushing forward, especially when we're talking of innovation in biotechnology.
If I understand well, your question is when you develop a product, how we can patent your development or product?
Through your company or?
No. Unfortunately, we are involved in clinical research and we are subcontractor for pharma and cosmetic industry, and we perform clinical or preclinical research. We are not involved in patent, no.
Not patenting. What I'm trying to see, is there a kind of avenue for you to develop further into bringing up these kind of facilities to have these bioactive molecules for being tested even prior to preclinical? I understand there is a phase that you need to test.
Yes. We can. Your question, if we can support you to conduct clinical research to advance in your research and development project. Yes, sure.
Thank you. So that's something that we should be exploring in the future.
Thank you. You need the bilateral to go further than that. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting, and the conversation made me think about risk aversion in general in Mauritius, whether public or private. And you've been here since 2004. What has been your experience with that? Has it been un frein in French? Has it? Yes. And how have you? If so, how have you overcome it? Or if you, perhaps it's not in your field, but you've seen it elsewhere, how do you deal with that?
Risk aversion seems to be an issue in Mauritius, what Xavier seems to be saying. Your experience being here, to what extent this is something which is a bit island-wide, and how do you try to get over the whole issue of risk aversion?
When you are entrepreneur, you take a risk. And when we set up the activity in Mauritius, we don't have regulation. And we work close with the government to set up the Clinical Trial Act. And the act has been put in place in 2011. During 2004-2011, we don't have regulation and we don't perform pharmaceutical clinical research in Mauritius. And my background, I am pharmacist, and I work at Sanofi Advantis before to move in Mauritius 20 years ago. And my objective when I move in Mauritius is to set up clinical research on diabetes, because Mauritius has a high prevalence of diabetes. I have a lot of contacts in pharma industry. And during this period of time, we develop clinical research on cosmetic, because it's not necessary to have a same level of regulation. And we take is a frein, but we take the advantage to develop cosmetic clinical research. We have a close relationship with some French industry, because in France we have a lot of cosmetic laboratory. In Mauritius we have the advantage to have different type of things. type of skin, different type of hair, and we develop cosmetic research in Mauritius. To avoid the risk, because we are in Mauritius, we are a small island, we can have some constraints in terms of regulation, in terms of connectivity. For example, when we have a COVID-19, we have a lockdown, and the advantage of CIDP that we have different locations around the world. And for example, if we have an issue in Mauritius or with the regulation or DD to obtain approval, I have the possibility to conduct a study in India or in Romania. It's the same. If we have a long delay in EU to conduct research, I can propose to the sponsor to conduct the research in Mauritius because the regulation for some time of study is more easy compared to EU, for example. And when you are located in different locations, we can decrease the risk in link with one regulation or one geographic location.
In fact, it's very interesting the way you de-risk your regulation risk by looking for some of your, let's say, components where it can be done in such and such country where there's more clarity on the regulation.
Can I add
Please,
one on
in.
that?
Yeah.
From the Singapore example, because there is no more risk-averse country in this world that I met as the Singapore country. They don't take risk for anything. But what they did was training, was a lot of collaboration with other countries and connectivity, right? So if you have a if you train your people and you trust that your people is well trained, you can mitigate the risk of the next step, right? And then alliances at the level of the government that allow you to diversify the portfolio in a way. And the other one, like you mentioned, is the regulation. You need to trust your government and trust your people. That is basically what it is.
I completely agree with you. It's very important to have very well-trained people and to invest in the training and regulation. And for example, in Singapore, because Singapore is a very interesting country, if you want to develop a specific field, the government attract the better researcher in this field and to focus on this field, to give a financial advantage to be number one. I think I agree with you. It's very important to deregulate and to have the better researcher to train young generation.
Yeah, and sovereignty is important. So what Singapore did was if they get the best, but they sort of force them with an economical MRIC to be on the country, right? So yes, you bring another one, but you stay in the country. And that is the premise, is if we bring a technology, it needs to stay in the country. So you don't depend economically to the company, you depend on the government and the company to do it, right? Yeah.
But it's necessary to deregulate, but to have a strong control, to perform audit, to be sure if you attract company, it is best company.
Deregulate, but within clarity, and that's why there should be visibility on policy. Clarity is very important. Yes, you want to have a question, please.
Yes, thank you. The question goes to Juan and maybe Fabrice. How do you see space and satellite technology as potential to bring business and research in Mauritius?
In the core of my business, right? Basically, the first part is enabling monitoring tools of what we already have, right? As the ability to empower other industries. So it's not an industry that will be alone, it will be help agriculture, will build roads, water, it will provide the support of others. That's what we do, and the idea is that the investment that you do in that area will impact others, right? And when you train your people again, you're actually creating an entire ecosystem of industries that are supported by high technology, right? And that creates long-lasting relationships with other countries. Because when we're talking about space, we're talking about not only what we can do in farming, what we can do in coastal resiliency, we also enter the realm of national security. We enter the realm of fisheries. We enter the realm of regulations and treaties. And that basically, if you're only using space information, you are enabling other companies. You're enabling other sectors to be faster and more accurate. Now, if you develop the space industry, you own it, you own the data, and it gets beneficial with a lot of the pipelines, infrastructure, manufacturing, etc., that actually gets beneficial from it. So as a conclusion, I believe that this space industry is a great add-on for the majority of the things that are happening, right? And can create a faster turnaround on any of the articles, right?
Okay. Fabrice, you want to have a go at it?
No, from a venture capital point of view, knowing that from what I know at least, but the access to space is way much cheaper than it used to be. Access to AI, to code, and to use those images, analyzes those images and data is also very accessible to a certain extent, obviously, to train people. And I would say that if a young team, a team newly formed of people understanding a problem and using those to combine technology to solve that problem, and if that problem can be used not only in Mauritius but also to larger markets, I think it's a very compelling investment case, a very attractive one. The team has to be strong, but it's an interesting one.
Thank you. I think we've got, I see Isaiah telling that our time is done, but I'm tempted to put someone on spot, a policymaker, on the question of the pension bits. And do you think we can think about raising, make it mandatory, some of the pension, a little bit of the higher pension funds for some of de-risking innovation? I know that you are a very macro thinker, so please give us an insight on that. So I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but it's good to have someone of your experience to share quickly on that, without diverging anything, of course.
Well, thanks for putting me on the spot. No, I think it's a valuable suggestion.
Yeah.
It's worth looking at, and we'll look at it. You know, pension nowadays is a very sensitive thing to talk about. Yes. So I cannot promise anything, but the only thing I can promise is that we'll think about it, and because for a very long time, pension investment has been very conservative, probably too conservative.
Yeah.
So we'll look at it.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, audience, who have really behaved very well. And so our session, a big clap for our panelists.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you.
Merci à notre modérateur et nos panélistes. Peut-être une petite photo de groupe avant de descendre. On invite nos photographes et nos vidéographes, bien sûr, à se placer en conséquence. Thank you for your pertinent questions as well. This was a very, very interesting session on the next innovation frontier. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Claire Blazy-Josac, Mr. Fabrice Boulet, Mr. Juan Pablo Ramirez Angeloni, and of course our moderator, Mr. Ranj Makund. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the end of the session number 3 for today. Thank you for this very interactive Q&A as well. We're going to now move to our session number 4, which is actually the final session of this afternoon, which will bring together key reflections on the journey, impact, and future direction of research and innovation in Mauritius. This session is titled MRIC Initiatives, Achievements, and Future Perspectives. It will highlight how research funding, entrepreneurship support, and institutional transformation are translating into real-world outcomes and shaping the future innovation ecosystem. We are joined by, for this session, Mr. Vakram Singh Bajjan, Managing Director of Pre-Design Engineering Consultants Limited, who will share perspectives on moving from funding to deployment and delivering value through MRIC-supported projects. We will also have for this session Dr. Vikram Bisunat, Research Coordinator at the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, who will speak on the National SME Incubator Scheme and the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we're delighted to welcome back Professor Tistan Bauren, Executive Director of MRIC, who will reflect on the institutional journey from MRIC to the future National Research and Innovation Institute. So without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our first speaker to take the floor. Please join us, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess I would need that. All right, it's working. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take you to a building in Roselle, a colonial building, the kind that has seen many things, forgotten most of them, and had clearly no interest in being disturbed. I worked in the MRC, then MRC office there sometime around 2008. I was in my mid-30s, a master's degree from the University of Bath. And I had set up an R&D team in my office, in my company, 3 permanent staff, funded entirely from our own profits. And I had what I genuinely believed then was a compelling case for research support. I remember I sat then across an MRC board member, not the director, who I suspect was approximately as old as the building, and at least as a stair, I can say. Before Dr. Sadu could even introduce me properly, that board member leaned forward, and what followed was a dozen of questions delivered in rapid succession, with no particular interest to my answers. It was not an interview. It felt, frankly, like a trial, and I was clearly already guilty. I left that afternoon seriously questioning 2 things. Firstly, whether I was ready for research. Secondly, whether I had to go back to university, get a PhD, and while I was at it, dye my hair grey. Because apparently that was the entry requirement. I spent several days questioning everything, the R&D team, the funding idea, even my own judgment. And by the end of it, I was almost convinced that perhaps it was right and I was not ready for it. Well, a few weeks later, I ran into Dr. Sadu in a private function, and he told me a few things, which I won't mention about it here because it was said in confidence. What I will say is they were the right things at the right time, and I guess to the right person. And sometimes it is all that it takes. That conversation with Dr. Sadu changed everything. And what began that day became a collaboration that has now lasted 20 years. The MRIC has moved on to new premises. The schemes have evolved. The funding has grown from then to 50,000 rupees a project to nearly 10 million rupee now per project. The schemes have evolved, adapted, and in some cases anticipated where the economy had to go before even the economy knew about it. So we started. And I will be honest with you, we did not start grand or glamorous. We started with stormwater. Yes, stormwater management in construction sites. Not the most exciting research project, I must admit, but it was a real problem that we were seeing every day in the Cybercity, because in those times, Cybercity was booming, and runoff were flooding streets, polluting adjacent sites, and causing genuine disruption. We developed practical strategies using locally available and affordable solutions. Nothing imported, nothing exotic, just careful research applied to a problem that needed solving. We still use those strategies today when we design LEED certified buildings. Then we investigated into green roofs at a time when everyone wanted it, and nobody really knew how to do them properly in our own context and climate. We produced a full design guide, and that has been downloaded probably more than 2,000 times from our website. I still get queries about it, and that document cost a lot of money to produce. And it belongs, I believe, in a practical sense, to every architect and engineer who have ever used it. And the MRIC made that possible. But then came 2020, the year COVID stopped the world, and with it our industry, the construction industry. 25 engineers, 35 employees idle, no sites, an uncertain future. I will not romanticize on that. You've all been through it. It was a difficult time. But sitting in that difficulty, something became clear to me. We had spent more than 20 years building deep expertise in engineering, in digital tools, in research methodology. We had the knowledge, we had the capability, and suddenly we had time. The question was whether we would look at it defensively or ambitiously, and I chose ambition. We looked at what the MRIC had made available just after COVID, several schemes specifically designed to help industry transform. And we saw them as an opportunity to take everything what ProDesign has learned and apply it beyond construction, because I come from the construction industry. We wanted to apply it into food security, into artificial intelligence, into technologies. We had been curious, but never really had the focused time and resources to pursue them seriously. And that was the right moment, I guess. Not despite the crisis, but because of it, and because of the support the MRIC was providing. So under the POIGS, Pole of Innovation Grant Scheme, we developed a digital twin platform, which is an AI and IoT-driven building information modeling system. This allows us to design building using less energy, lesser resources, and that building respond intelligently to the people who occupies it. This is not something you would expect from a mid-sized engineering firm in Mauritius. It is the kind of work which are done by multinational with dedicated R&D departments. We produced it here with local talent and with MRIC support. And while we were doing that, another project quietly growing beyond what we originally imagined. We had begun with a straightforward idea, using big data analytics, because we've got data as a firm of consulting engineers, we've got cost data, and we wanted to improve on how construction projects procure and manage costs, procure material and manage costs. The proof of concept, which it was, worked, and it did not stop here. With our own funds, we took that foundation further and built it into today a multi-AI agent cost database And this allows us now to prepare project costs and estimate within hours, not weeks, not months, as it used to be, in hours. So what began as a research has now become a tool we use every day in our practice. And then when we built an aeroponic indoor vertical farm, demonstrating that controlled environment agriculture is not a technology of the future, it is a technology of now. And it is fully realizable locally. That project outcome is something I'm particularly proud of. When I look at the 2025 and 2026 national budget, and I see the strong emphasis being placed on controlled environmental agriculture and indoor farming, in fact, 1 billion rupees allocated for that, I think I allow myself to believe that our work in some way contributed to that conversation. Well, whether it did or not is something, but the alignment between what we demonstrated and what government is now prioritizing tells me probably we were looking at the right direction. And our container farm, for those who've been there, who've seen it, a 20-foot container, shipping container environment where salads and vegetables grow all year round, independent of cyclones, independent of flash floods, without any chemical use, with minimal labor and minimal water. We are now in pre-commercialization stage. What began as a proof of concept is now becoming a product, a real product that will be available commercially. And that will contribute on our food security in a way imported solutions could never be. So since 2020, we have been granted more than 12 million rupees in research support. And we have matched that investment from our own resources. And let me be clear about that. That is not money we received and spent. That is money we put our own skin into. Every rupee the MRIC contributed, committed, we matched. That is the model. And I think the right model. Because it ensures that the research is not only academic, it is real. The consequences of failure are real, and therefore the commitment to succeed are real. And I want to ask this room a question, and I want you to sit on it, not to answer immediately. You can always answer that later, you can discuss with me. How many companies in Mauritius have the capacity, financial, human, psychological, to go invest 12 million rupee of their own money in research projects without any guaranteed commercial outcome? If the answer to my question is not many, then we have to be honest with ourselves about what that means for the scale of transformation we want to achieve. Because the transformation we're talking about every day to convert our country in a genuinely innovative, high-tech, knowledge economy does not happen with a number of companies currently able to participate in that system. So I want to make two suggestions, not request, suggestions from someone who has lived there and inside the system for nearly 2 decades, and who genuinely wants to succeed even more than it already has. First, to the MRIC, probably review the co-funding ratio on large projects. The 50-50 model is sound, but in practice, I think it sets a barrier of entry too high for small and medium enterprise. And that kind of defeats the purpose, because if we want more SMEs into that space, and we need SMEs into that space because this is where the transformation and innovation is really happening, probably we need to rethink the entry cost. Second, and I think this is a larger ask, I've been asking that now for quite some time, Mauritius needs a prototyping facility. A physical space, properly equipped, where ideas can move from proof of concept to a prototype for commercialization, without being shipped to China and waiting for 6 months for the results. I've watched competitors in other countries mass produce our research, not because they were smarter, because they were faster. Speed requires infrastructure. We do not have that infrastructure yet. The question is not whether we can afford it. It costs money, yes, but the question would be whether we can afford not to have it. So I began this afternoon taking you to a colonial building in Rosehill. I was referring to the then headquarters of the MRIC, then MRC. Nearly 20 years later, our research, with the help of the MRIC, has shaped buildings, informed national food policy, and produced technology that is comparable to anything deployed by multinationals, operating with probably 10 times more resources. That did not happen because we were exceptional, no. It happened because we were supported and because we refused at that critical moment to walk away from it. Mauritius has the knowledge. We have the talent. We have in the MRIC an institution that has grown from 250,000 rupees funding of a project into now probably 10 million rupees under the PYG scheme, for instance, and I believe has the capability of taking more than that. What we need now is the collective will to fund this at the scale it deserves. Because the country we are capable of becoming is not the country we will be by doing research at the margins. It is the country we will build when we decide, as a room, as a government, as an economy, that innovation is not a line item, it is a strategy. Thank you, Professor Boren, and to every member of the MRIC who believed in us consistently, patiently, and with genuine insight into what we have done and we are trying to do. Every rupee you committed was used with respect it deserved. You have my word on that. I've always said that. And I think you've got the results that prove it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Merci beaucoup. Nous invitons notre prochain orateur à s'élancer sur la scène. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, pour notre prochain intervenant.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's been a long day, and thank you, Mr. Bajan, for saying these nice words to the MRIC. I'm sure Prof will follow. So I'm going to talk to you about the National SME Incubator Scheme. Okay. Right. So among the many things that the MRIC has been doing over the years is one scheme, which is the National SME Incubator Scheme. Our role is to promote the creation of new and innovative businesses from innovative ideas. And back in 2017, the then government launched a budget measure called the National SME Incubator Scheme, which was a special public-private partnership allowing private sector-led business incubators to train, mentor, nurture innovative ideas from Mauritius. So the MRIC part-funded these initiatives. To date, we have 6 of these incubators. We have the Turbine, we have La Plage Factory, Linear Solutions, Pampoline, Polytechnics Mauritius, and Blossom Factory. Each one of them operates in a sort of a specific field, let's say. Turbine is doing the sort of funnel, taking many projects of different fields and then trickling down into promoting grassroots innovation. Now they are moving into the climate type of project. La Plage is a tech for good incubator. Linear Solutions, more of a agri-tech, again, also focusing on training of new and upcoming entrepreneurs. Trampoline is a social based incubator, and Polytechnics Mauritius is the first academia-based incubator, which sort of trains potential students with innovative ideas and trains them towards the creation of their first startup. And Blossom Factory is more of a women-led business incubator. So since 2017, this is what the NSIS has achieved. After 76.9 million rupees injected from the government, we have trained some 519 projects, created some 50-ish startups, and currently, since 2025, there have been 196 new jobs created. And you'll see this, and this pattern sort of reflects what is the general trend in the world. So around the success percentage is around 10%, which is what is expected as well. When we see the different sectors which our incubatees sort of worked on, you'll see manufacturing 14%. We see the agriculture is around 13%. The IT is the one which is the leading. I think it is 19% ICT. Unfortunately, we are yet to see projects in the renewable energy. There is only 1%. And other areas which needs to be really focused on currently, water supply, transport, etc., it is still low. So when we analyzed what we have till now, so from 2017 to date, I must say that prior to 2017, before the coming in force of the National SME Incubator Scheme, there were different initiatives, and each one was working in sort of a silos, unfortunately. We had the private sector, which had, for example, the Ebene accelerator, government had the NCB incubator, you know, but they were having some difficulties. And this is when government came up with the National SME Incubator Scheme and trusted the MRIC to drive it in collaboration with Business Mauritius and the Ministry of Finance. So what we see is that from 2017, when there was almost nothing, to date, we've created some 50 startups. Yes, our startups are mostly in the early stage, that we are yet to mature. Yes, we have government funding like NSIS and other new features coming up. We've seen the development of angel investors, we have more angels, we have seed capital. And again, it is, although it is limited, but it is there. We have started something. So despite these challenges, we are resilient and we would like to continue, and we are aware that there are potential expansion. The renewable energy sector, the marine ocean economic sector, space is another one. So what are the key challenges that we could foresee from the sort of government side, or from MRIC's point of view, is that many of the projects are mostly locally centered. We have some issues in terms of seed funding for the projects to really kickstart. There is also a serious problem which seems to be sort of left aside, is the cultural barriers, awareness of cultural barriers. Unfortunately, when you say you're an entrepreneur, it is a little bit so that people think that you don't have anything else to do, so you are doing entrepreneurship, unfortunately. And the landscape is fragmented. But if you hear it from me, maybe you won't be convinced. Please allow me to invite on stage someone who has done it all, Mr. Jason Delory. He has been a startupper, now he's a coach, he has been invested. So Jason, please come on stage and tell us a little bit about your point of view.
Perfect. Thank you, Vikram. And yes, to give you a bit of personal context, as mentioned, I actually had a startup and was one of the first startups incubated as part of the NSIS scheme. And unfortunately, my startup failed. And then I spent the next 5 years of my career trying to figure out why, to ask that question, why? This actually led me to go across the continent in Africa, working for VC4A, a venture capital firm, deploying capital for DFIs, and also running support programs across the continent for numerous clients like World Blank. And now my focus has shifted back to Mauritius and trying to understand where the mapping of, where the challenges that we face. And I kept hearing this question actually, and from a lot of people, where are the unicorns from Mauritius? We've been doing all this work. And what's funny is we've been hearing about buildings and a lot of things, so maybe to draw the analogy to the building is, a lot of ecosystem work goes into the foundations. And we have been doing a lot of work in building the foundations for that success. So when you say, why are there no unicorns? Well, the key is time, and we have been doing a lot of work in that inspiration, the education, and the business design. Here, this is a curve I mapped with La Plage about where we're seeing these support, and you can see that through initiatives like the National Innovation Challenge, the pre-incubation, the incubation, we're starting to see a large amount of quantity coming out. But not just quantity, we're seeing quality. And I think that's one thing that's also missed out is the quality of the startups, some of them in the room today, is much, much higher level than we had when I was being incubated. And that's one thing that is not clearly shown. Not just that, we now see a bit of a drop-off when you start coming to how to get them to the next level. How are they growing? How are they scaling? And we mentioned, access to funding, access to talent, and I think VCs get a bit of a hard time, especially as well, local VCs. But the key is we are not at the level of scale that is merited for these VCs, these early stage investors. And yes, we've done a lot of work to build our local investment ecosystem with angels. But for me, the biggest gap we're not focusing on is this access to market. This access to market, as a unique context that Mauritius has, we have to think wider. We can't just think just Mauritius for our market, we have to think regional and to Africa. So that is something that, part of the work we're doing at La Plage and the other incubators is to build on that access to market. And like the approach MRIC has always taken, this PPP, a private-public partnerships, is super critical to unlocking that. And then, of course, there's the funding. But the funding only comes when you do see that scale and growth. So yes, super excited about the work that's been done, the foundations for building this success that we want in our ecosystem. But there's still a lot of work to be done to get us there. And I think we need to have that lens of understanding we can't compare our ecosystems from the Silicon Valley and say, okay, how come it's not working? How come Singapore, have done it? We haven't. We have the time frame. We have built the foundations. And now I truly believe we're ready to move to the next level of taking what we've built and showing the success to the world. And not just is there a unicorn coming out of Mauritius, but what are we doing to create the environment and enablement to have multiple unicorns out of Mauritius? I think that's the question we should be asking ourselves, not where is the unicorn, but what are we doing to create the environment for that unicorn? And I think the ideas that are being shared are key to the next stage of growth. But
yeah,
thank
sure.
you.
Because the interesting thing that you mentioned, Jason, is that yes, we have good ideas. We just saw 5 of our good projects. These are very good projects to sort of get into the system. But then if you go and ask them, have you thought about your market? This is the question. Maybe later on we will ask. So yes, Jason, so we've made a sort of a baseline analysis. We started from almost nowhere. We've come a little bit further, but what should we do next? From the MRIC's perspective, we foresee 4 sort of areas, avenues where we could that could strengthen our impact from what we've achieved. Again, improve coordination and governance. We've been talking all throughout the day of people working in silos, how to create coordination. The other one will build entrepreneurial culture. How to sort of bring down this myth that if you're an entrepreneur, then you're close to, how do we deepen our innovation pipelines in the university? How do we strengthen? And then how do we scale it? So maybe, I don't know, in terms of time, we have, So if you could please guide us through from your perspective, what do you think?
So firstly, I think fully aligned with what's being said here. I think these are core pillars. But one thing that we've seen discussed today, and I think is a recurring theme, we see the brain drain, as it's called, that the talent leaving Mauritius. So I think our diaspora has a part to play in being part of the solution. That early stage funding, as you mentioned, is super critical. And this is something that we can help de-risk with both diaspora as investors, but also as talent. So I think there's elements there. I think a lot of work has been done on that, like you say, that cultural building of awareness and education. But one thing we're maybe not as good at is the sharing of success. So really showing the people who have gone through that valley of death, who've gone through the trenches, and being able to put them on the platform and showing their success, giving them the space. And then finally, as you mentioned here, more focus on access to market, not just internally through our own corporates, through our own big companies and conglomerates in Mauritius, but also how are we enabling that access of market to Africa, to the wider continent, to India, to Europe. I think that's where the role of government also comes in, is enabling that corridor between the two. Because yes, we have the talent, yes, we have the resources, we have everything in place, but it's now about putting the pieces of the puzzle together in a way that we are aligned in where we want to go. So fully aligned with these, and I think there's just little other pieces that play a big role in how we then put this together to give the best chance of success for all of our startups in Mauritius.
Great. So before you go, Jason, a last word for our people, for our entrepreneurs here.
Okay. Well, look, it's a difficult journey. I can tell you from experience. It's a difficult journey. Resilience is key. But the one thing that I would say is we're stronger together. I think the adjective is it takes a village. But I think what you need to be willing to do is collaborate. And I think that is something we're breaking down. These silos within our culture, within government, is something that we're looking to break down. We're seeing more collaboration from the ecosystem players, but I also think we need more collaboration from our local entrepreneurs with each other. You need to not see each other as competitors, you need to see each other as possible collaborators. And I think that that essence of, divided, we're weak, but together we're strong. I think as Mauritius, that's even more critical just because of the size of our ecosystem, the size of our market. So I would double down on the unity and the resilience. Yeah, it's a tough journey, guys, but good luck.
Thank you, Jason. So, ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to thank you for your attention, and also thank all of our incubators who have been working with us in full trust. It has been a long journey for us, but I think we are on the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Biswanath, Research Coordinator at the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, and thank you, Jason, as well, for this intervention. So I would like to invite to the stage Professor Tisan Bauren, Executive Director at MRIC, who will reflect on the institutional journey from MRIC to the future National Research and Innovation Institute. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Estelle. The presentation will be on. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to highlight I would say in French, the parcours of the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council within the research and innovation ecosystem. If you look at the MRIC with a vision of sustainable innovation and research, transformation of our future, that was the new vision after the 2019 and also 2021 Miscellaneous Act, where we carved the new vision for the MRIC and the mission with regards to inspiring and indeed leading innovation through collaborative and inclusive research. If we go back history, Mr. Budgen alluded to Maison de Carnet in Brazil in the years, I think, 1992, post-1992. Well, MRIC started in 1992. And indeed has I would say, a long legacy down the road until 2026. Next slide, please. Just to highlight, I have a slide. Yeah. Well, just to come to the mission and vision of the MRIC. The MRIC now, if you look at the various acts that were enacted, is indeed the institution that promotes collaborative and inclusive innovation. It is the apex institution which promotes and coordinates research and innovation and advises government in terms of research and innovation, fosters quite high quality research and development through its funding initiatives. Well, I was talking about the history of MRC. It started with the MRC 1992 with the MRC Act. Then down the lane in 2019, and at the beginning, the MRC funded, I would say, mostly university projects. Me as a university person in the 1990s, after 1998, I benefited quite a lot from the MRC funds in terms of unsolicited collaborative research, which Mr. Bajan alluded to. So that particular time we funded basically university project, full-fledged projects. As from 2019, we changed our act and we brought in an I in the middle to become the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council. And as we move along down the lane, the schemes also evolved to, I would say, to include the private sector, the industry, for matching funds on the scheme. So we funded on a matching basis because we believe that at that particular time, if the private sector, if the industry would work with the universities and bring funds to the research, this would help in terms of outcomes. And indeed, this helped in terms of outcome because the private sector, when they saw that we were investing money in research, indeed, the outcomes were there, should be there, because then the money would have been wasted. Instead of, for example, having the MRC at that particular time being only the funding agency with no particular control of what would be the outcomes of research and innovation. So I would say the ecosystem whereby funding on a matching basis indeed was quite efficient at that time. Indeed, we need to look at how we could improve upon the matching system being more flexible, but I think we are flexible right now where the matching fund that we ask of the private sector is in-kind money and also in cash money with certain percentages. I think this works very well. So 2019, we changed our act, MRIC Act, and 2021 again through the Finance Miscellaneous Act, we had another tenet where we were able to conduct research on identify national priority thrust areas and create and manage also the National Research Repository. Also, the MRIC is able to perform consultancy work, and as we will see during the presentation. So we had MRIC strategic orientation, 6 strategic orientation based on these. Around 2020, 2021, we indeed identified through public consultation. The first assise was held some years back, and we had the second assise, les assises de la recherche 1.0, les assises de la recherche 2.0, where we came with priority areas, and these priority areas were dictated by our stakeholders through extensive discussions and consultations. So these areas were the priority areas for funding to take place. And this is the MRIC in numbers. We have 2 offices, one in Mauritius and one in Rodrigues, 48 staff. For this current budget, 70 million rupees for capital budget, 9 schemes. Vikram alluded to incubators. We have 6 accredited incubators, incubatees, 80 funded ongoing projects. Project value came to MRIC around 460 million rupees, and we have investment to the tune of 153 million rupees, with the private sector investing to the tune of approximately 305 million rupees, which is quite significant. These are the schemes that exist at the level of the MRIC. We have our core schemes, we have specific schemes and also services that we develop, innovation box regime, research and development tax incentive, patent-related support services. We have a technology transfer office at the level of the MRC. And when we have specific, I would say, issues such as COVID, we had YCASHO, we had special call for proposals. Even post-COVID, we had also call for proposal to boost the sector. Otherwise, we have our proof of concept, which is very popular, the PRIG scheme, extremely popular, and innovation boost grant, which indeed many of you have benefited. All these schemes are ongoing schemes of the Council. Now, I talked about these special calls that were launched since 2019, innovative projects funded by the MRIC to counter the impacts of COVID-19, fast-track innovation initiatives for the emerging sectors, smart agriculture, circular economy, inclusive innovation, enterprise innovation booster scheme, YCASHO, the building the blue resilience scheme, and also other schemes that came up through the assise. So all these were under the purview of the MRIC post-COVID.
Vikram had talked quite a lot about the incubator schemes, so I'll just skip aside. All the data have been alluded to by Vikram. I would like to talk about what we are doing in terms of outreach activities as well. We talk about les Assises de la Recherche, where a number of projects have been funded, and we have just finalized a call, which was closed on the 5th of March. We have received more than 121 projects which are being assessed, following les Assises de la Recherche under specific thematics. If you watch TV on Tuesdays, Thursday, and Saturday, you will see the MRIC on TV, the National Innovation Challenge. And indeed, it's a pleasure to see that people have ideas in the nooks and corners of the country, and we try to bring these ideas to fruition through the National Innovation Challenge. And it is, I think, a real pleasure to see our kids pitching on TV from 6 to 18 years. The idea is not to have the kids to bring, I would say, the most innovative project, but to make them come on TV to talk about the projects and to say, look, I have done this with the help of my grandparents, with my parents, with my teachers, so that tomorrow this remains in their mind that they have been on TV to pitch on innovative programs. I think this makes a difference if we want to promote STEM education in the country. So we have these outreach programs, the National Innovation Challenge. Indeed, this year we have received 287 applications, record number of applications. In Rodrigues, we have doubled the number of applications, showing that there is an interest in promoting research and innovation. We have the National Innovator Hall of Fame, which is coming for the next financial year, where this time we reward innovators. We start with innovators for their ideas, and then at the end of the day, we reward innovators through the National Innovator Hall of Fame. We have our research repository. We have the Gender-Based Violence Observatory, which is based at the MRIC in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender. I have alluded to the Research, Development and Taxation Initiative, patent-related services. Dr. Gopal here is sitting there. We have been working quite a lot on technology transfer office as well. And today we have listened to the IT specialist, Daisy from India, thanks to Dr. Gopal contacts. Satellite. Yes, we have been talking about satellite. Ryan have been talking about satellite. Yes, this is part and parcel of the MRIC initiative. We have sent our first satellite some years back, a small nano satellite, 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. And now we are launching our second satellite with India, ISRO, a 22 kg micro satellite. But I wish to stress that we do not want to build satellites. This is not our vocation. We are a small island state and we don't have the money to do so. What we want is to use satellite data. We want to train our people to be able to use satellite data to be able to move certain areas of the economy. Agriculture, don't forget we have 2.4 million square kilometers of seawater, which is still untapped. We still have illegal fishing vessels going around in these waters. We still have coastal management issues. So we need satellite data. We are in contact with a number of friendly countries, friendly companies, friendly, I would say, institutions, ISRO, Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, Airbus, ASI from Italy. Our friend is here from Singapore, helping us for satellite data. We want to use satellite data to help the agricultural sector, to help the Ministry of Environment, to help in climate change. Reza is here. He knows well the importance of satellite data as the next pillar of our economy. And we want this to move at the level of the council. We have a space unit. We want this to move with
setting up a space agency. Why? Because then we'll be able to tap into resources at the level of Africa and at the level of international organizations for us to move ahead along the satellite data agenda. Am I right, Joanne? So we want to move along this line. Global Innovation Index, yes, we have been contributing, the MRIC have been contributing towards the GII because we are focal point for a number of indicators that we provide to WIPO. And indeed, I'm very proud to say that we have been commended for being I would say, we have climbed the ladder of innovation over the last 5 years, the fastest climber of innovation from 82nd position to the 53rd position this year. And we are still first in Africa, and we want to thrive indeed to improve this ranking of the GII. Now, regards to internationalization, we talk about consultancy projects. Yes, we had the TwinX project, which came to us, and we have worked with the IOC, with the 5 island states in the Indian Ocean, waste to energy project to around the tune of 2.4 million euros. Indeed, this was scattered through the region, and we have been able to launch this project, I would say, the regional innovation challenge with regards to waste energy in the region, and taking into account what we have achieved with National Innovation Challenge. The TwinX project is now fully completed with, I would say, resources being distributed to Comoros, Madagascar, Seychelles, and Mauritius. We have benefited from this particular project. So consultancy, yes, again, through the TwinX project. Yes, Minister has announced this morning, we are moving from the MRIC to the National Research Innovation Institute. Tomorrow will be the second reading of a bill in the Parliament. I don't want to make many comments. I want the bill to be passed first, but just to highlight that we are moving from the MRIC Council model to the NRII Institute model with more centralization of research and innovation to that particular institute, which makes sense indeed, but indeed, taking into account the legacy of the MRIC, I'm very proud to move towards the NRII. And I would stop there. I won't make any comments on the NRII. Let the bill be passed and we get the organigram in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Baron. So we have reached the end of our session. Please stay with us on stage maybe for the closing remarks as you are the last speaker of the day.
Yes, we are at the end of today's session. We started with 350 people. We are around 75 people. That's the trend in all conferences. But what I would like to thank you all for your presence for this day one. There have been various discussions this morning, mixed discussions. We have heard our young investigators from the universities. We have had panel discussions on research. We know that we have researchers. We know that we have industries. We know that there is a gap between research and industry, but we know that we need to fill this gap. So we need to now work towards filling that gap between the research component and the industry. We have an aperçu of what our young investigators can perform. They are here yielding for support from the industry. I know it's difficult, but we are here to support. The MRIC is here to support. All our schemes are industry-led schemes, and we have done so for the last 20, 25 years, even 30 years. So what I would like to say is I would like to thank the organizing committee for the day one. Zaira Ibrandi, Nandini is there, Devina is there, Robina is here as well. A female-led team, indeed. We have been meeting quite a lot.
I think, a dozen of meetings to put this only day one into fruition, and not to say about the 11 coordination meetings that we had with all the institutions to have day 2, day 3, day 4, and 5 on tomorrow, as from tomorrow. I would like to invite you to go to a university tomorrow, because tomorrow is day 2 on health. Day 3 will be on circular economy, green economy. Day 4 will be on digital transformation, and day 5 will be on education development, where other institutions, private and public, are coming and showcasing their activities in terms of research and innovation. So thank you very much for being patient and staying with us until the last, I would say, 4 o'clock, 4 today. And I'll meet you tomorrow at the university for the day 2 event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Baron, for these heartfelt closing remarks. And as you mentioned, there is a full week of activities, so please join us, ladies and gentlemen. And as you mentioned, the importance is to fill in the gap between the industries and the researchers as well. So thank you for being here. As we draw, ladies and gentlemen, to close this first day of the second edition of a National Research Week, held under the aegis of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for being part of what has been a truly engaging, insightful and forward-looking day as well. Under the theme Research for Innovation, Society and Sustainability, we have explored how research, innovation and industry collaboration can come together to shape a more resilient, knowledge-driven and sustainable future for Mauritius. To our distinguished speakers, panelists and moderators, thank you so much for your expertise, your thought leadership and your willingness to share your perspectives with us today with so much clarity and purpose as well. Your contributions have been central to the success of today's discussion. To all participants in this room, those from the University of Mauritius, amongst others, of course, thank you for your presence, your engagement and your curiosity throughout the day. Your active participation is what gives life, meaning to this platform actually. C'est ce qui rend en fait cette journée vivante. Donc merci pour votre participation, vos questions et merci pour votre présence surtout, d'avoir été avec nous aujourd'hui pour cette première journée. A very special word of thanks goes to our partners and stakeholders as well, including the Mauritius Institute of Biotechnology Limited, MIBL, Business Mauritius, the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, the MRIC, and all supporting organizations as well. A very special thanks to all our sponsors. Your continued support is instrumental in advancing the National Research and Innovation Agenda. As we now move into a more informal and relaxed moment, I will invite you outside for a little chai and chat. I mentioned it, I think, since the beginning of this day. Je vous attends bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs, à l'extérieur de cette salle pour prendre une petite tasse de thé. Profitez-en. Peut-être de nouveaux idées également. Une belle semaine vous attend. Je vous souhaite un très bon retour à tous. Ce fut un plaisir pour moi d'être des vôtres aujourd'hui en tout cas. Et on se revoit peut-être très bientôt. Bon retour à tous et bon après-midi. Merci.